Chapter 161. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Part 6. Overwhelmed by the immense aura, Wen Ming knelt before Xiandao. He lowered his head, his face full of arrogance. Even though he was shocked inside, he was still very unconvinced. After that incident, I swore that I would never kneel before anyone again in my life. Don't even think about making me kneel. Wen Ming roared through gritted teeth. His internal energy surged, transforming into raging flames to support him as he stood up. Rumble. With an imposing aura, Wen Ming unleashed his full power at this moment. The 18th level of Hengsha, each wave higher than the last, intensely blazing, supported Wen Ming, who arrogantly looked up at Xiandao. You won't make me kneel down. Wen Ming roared. Xiandao looked at him coldly and said, Is that so? Clang. A sharp sword aura appeared in Xiandao's eyes and suddenly burst forth. Soul Sword. This was created by Xiandao. It belongs to the Soul Sword technique and is specifically designed to deal with souls. The sword struck Wen Ming's soul directly, causing him to scream in agony as blood flowed from his eyes, mouth, nostrils, and ears. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. Wen Ming screamed and knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, looking exactly like a lapdog. What did you just say? Xiandao asked coldly from the side. Want to stand up? How could he possibly stand up to Xiandao? Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, you wouldn't be able to stand up. Xiandao looked at Wen Ming coldly. Xiandao had witnessed everything that had happened here from within the heaven and earth bank. Not only did he see it, but Xiaoqi saw it too. Seeing Tianya being bullied, Xiaoqi felt sorry for the little girl and was filled with righteous indignation, cursing Wen Ming fiercely. Xiandao also felt sorry for Tianya. This little girl suffered discrimination from many people from birth, hiding and living for 10 years. She did not turn out badly. Instead, she became extraordinary amidst difficulties and hardships, like a beautiful lotus flower blooming in the mud. So after Tianya activated the world coordinates, Xiandao immediately teleported over to help her solve the problem. Wen Ming was nothing more than someone Xiandao could crush with just his aura. Ah! My head hurts so much, my soul has been stabbed. Who the hell are you? Wen Ming roared, his head feeling like it was about to explode. When Tianya saw Xiandao, her eyes lit up with joy. Her feigned strength crumbled instantly. In her most desperate moment, she chose to believe in Xiandao and placed all her hopes on him. Now that Xiandao has appeared, the little girl, even if she's mature, is only 10 years old, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Grandpa immortal! Tianya cried out, her voice trembling with tears. Her small body looked very thin in the wind, her hair flying in the wind, making her look pitiful. Xiandao's heart softened, and he reached out his hand, saying, Come here, give Grandpa Immortal a hug. Tianya immediately ran over and nestled into Xiandao's arms, enjoying the embrace of her immortal grandfather. Seeing this scene from afar, Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief, lay down on the ground, and watched silently. Upon seeing this, Wen Ming lost his temper and roared, Senior, this is a matter for my Wen family. If you interfere, the Wen family will not let you off easily. Wen Ming attempted to use the Wen family to threaten Xiandao. Upon hearing this, Tianya felt nervous and gripped Xiandao's clothes tightly, fearing that he would give up. Xiandao scoffed at this and said, The Wen family, are they that powerful? The pain in Wen Ming's mind intensified, making him feel like he was dying. Upon hearing Xiandao's words, he roared furiously, My Wen family has a transcendent realm expert. You can suppress me, but the transcendent realm transcends mortals and cultivators, standing aloof from the world. You are no match for them. Release me now, and everything can still be salvaged. Xiandao looked at him and asked in his usual disdainful tone, Extraordinary, is that so powerful? Wen Ming was enraged. He raised his head, his blood-red eyes glaring at Xiandao. Combined with his appearance, he looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. You will suppress me. So you can presume to claim superhuman abilities? Wen Ming roared, struggling desperately to break free from Li Xiandao's oppressive aura. Clang. The next second, a glittering sword aura was condensed by Li Xiandao, hovered in mid-air, and suddenly arrived in front of Wen Ming. Extraordinary. Is that how it is? Li Xiandao asked calmly. The sword energy was like ice, chilling to the bone, but more important than the coldness was its restrained Daoist charm. With just one glance, countless Daoist principles converge within it, becoming irresistible, and once unleashed, they are capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. This is not the energy of the Thousand Sands realm. Wen Ming looked at Li Xiandao in horror. He was actually at the Transcendent realm? I used the same imposing aura as you, the 18-fold Thousand Sands, to suppress you, and you couldn't break free. Now you're trying to threaten me with an elder who is at the Transcendent realm. What good will that do? Li Xiandao sneered. You. Wen Ming couldn't understand why a superhuman like you would protect this little girl, Tianya. What is your relationship with Tianya? Wen Ming asked unwillingly. Li Xiandao glanced at Tianya, who was now clinging to his leg, and declared, "She's under my protection. With me here, no one in the heavens and earth can harm her," Li Xiandao declared. As Tianya listened, she looked at her divine grandfather with adoration, and her fear vanished instantly. You're just a transcendent realm cultivator. There are countless people in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths who are stronger than transcendent realm cultivators. My Wen family ancestor was a powerful figure in the transcendent realm. How dare you boast that no one can harm her? Wen Ming sneered, mocking Li Xiandao's overestimation of his abilities. Li Xiandao looked at Wen Ming coldly and said, "Whether I can do it or not is none of your business. You've been noisy enough. Xiaoya, pick up this sword energy of mine and cut off your own uncle's head," Li Xiandao coldly ordered. Tianya was stunned. She hadn't expected that the immortal grandfather would ask her to do it. Wen Ming was startled and wanted to beg for mercy. But Li Xiandao frowned. "You're like a clown, babbling on, too noisy. I don't like it. I don't like it, so shut up." As soon as Li Xiandao finished speaking, his true energy surged out and sealed Wen Ming's mouth. Li Xiandao looked at Tianya, took a step back, and stopped her from clinging to his leg. "Don't make Tianya do such a bloody thing." Tianyun shook her head and refused. Li Xiandao glanced at him coldly and said without any politeness, "I saved Tianya because Tianya is worth it, and you have no right to get involved in what is between me and Tianya. If she doesn't want to, then she can refuse herself." Earlier, when Tianyun subtly inquired about him from Tianya, Li Xiandao, who was silently observing from inside the heaven and earth bank, was already quite dissatisfied. The old Taoist priest had warned him not to ask. After he left the battlefield of heaven and earth and returned to the eternal land, he immediately began to probe indirectly. They ignored the old Taoist priest's words and didn't take them seriously. Now he has left Tianyun speechless. Li Xiandao looked at Tianya, wanting to see how she would choose. This uncle, who is related to you by blood, poisoned your mother, almost killed your grandfather, and even tried to kill you. Will Tianya choose to kill? Or forgive? If it's the latter, Li Xiandao will be very disappointed. He will continue to protect Tianya, but he will definitely love her just as much. Being too kind makes you a saint. Li Xiandao is a businessman who dislikes saintly figures. Tianya picked up Li Xiandao's sword energy, which transcended realms, and smiled at him with great ease, saying, "Grandpa Immortal, do you know? I've been waiting for this day for so long," Tianya said, and then slashed down with her sword. Chapter 162 Once Upon a Time. Part 1. This sword strike is for my mother. Tianya's face was full of anger as she swung her sword. With this single sword strike, Tianya killed Wen Ming instantly. After killing the person, Tianya quickly turned her head away. She dared to kill, but she didn't want to see this bloody scene. Li Xiandao walked over, took Tianya's hand, and left without even glancing at Wen Ming. Walking up to Tianyun, Li Xiandao was very unhappy that he was asking about his whereabouts everywhere, but for Chenya's sake, he couldn't let him die. I'm protecting your heart meridian now, saving your life. After that, you can heal yourself, Li Xiandao said calmly, stretching out his hand and channeling his true energy into Chenyun's body. Tianyun was seriously injured. Even though Li Xiandao is protecting his heart meridian now, he will need to rest for more than a year to recover. Rumble. Li Xiandao's true energy was very powerful. When he channeled it in, it strongly protected Chenyun's heart meridian, allowing him to stand up weakly instead of lying on the ground like before. Thank you, Immortal. Tianyun said obediently, no longer daring to contradict Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao released Chenya's hand and said, "Go back with your grandfather. You should be fine for a while. Remember to move immediately after you save your mother. The One family will definitely take revenge on you." Chenya asked curiously, "Grandpa Immortal, where are you going?" Li Xiandao said calmly, "I have my own things to do." "Can I help?" Chenya immediately asked, feeling a little reluctant to leave Grandpa Fairy. Grandpa is so powerful. Someone like Wan Ming can kneel down just by being told to. Li Xiandao shook his head and said, "You can't help me." "Grandpa Immortal, can you tell me what it is?" Chenya reluctantly hugged Li Xiandao's leg. Li Xiandao lowered his head, looked at the adorable Chenya, and said, "I'm going to kill someone." Back in the desolate ancient land, Li Xiandao said it. Upon entering the eternal realm, he must kill the one who caused it. Not content with attacking him across worlds, they even sent people across worlds to kill Li Xiandao. This is absolutely outrageous. Now that Li Xiandao has arrived in the Eternal Land, he doesn't want to do anything else. His first goal is to kill Ren. How can we recover the debts of Tiandi Chenjuang? Not considering it. Develop more customers and redeem a few of the peaks of the Heaven and Earth Money House. Not considering it. Li Xiandao wanted to kill someone. Kill the man. Who is it? Chenya continued to ask, like a pendant hanging on Li Xiandao's leg. A human immortal. Li Xiandao said calmly, without revealing the immortal's name. Tianyun listened from the side, not wanting to interrupt, but was truly astonished by the immortal. Senior Immortal. Human immortals are incredibly powerful beings. Each human immortal is somewhere between a human and an immortal, possessing some of the abilities of an immortal. In the Eternal Land, they are among the top beings, Tianyun said worriedly. Chenya believed Li Xiandao and asked, "Grandpa Immortal, are you also at the human immortal realm?" Li Xiandao shook his head and said, "I'm not yet. Just a little bit more." Li Xiandao is not a human immortal for the time being. If he were a mortal immortal, he would have already crossed over to the eternal realm and slain the mortals. Senior Immortal, why don't you break through to the human immortal realm before you go and kill people? Tianyun suggested. Chenya also said, "Grandpa Immortal, human immortals are very powerful. Once you break through, you will definitely be able to kill them." Li Xiandao took Chenya down, started walking, and said, "She's just a human immortal, not as powerful as you think. You can go back now, I'm going to kill someone." Chenya and Tianyun wanted to say something, but Li Xiandao took a step and appeared in the distance, then disappeared in the next step. "Grandpa Immortal!" Chenya exclaimed. "All right, Xiaoya, your immortal grandfather is much more powerful than us, so he naturally has his own ideas. We can only wish him well. Now we need to rush back to save your mother and then escape the One family's pursuit," Tianyun said. Chenya thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Grandpa Immortal will definitely be able to kill the other party." She chose to go back with her grandfather. To save his own mother. Eternal Earth. Li Xiandao familiarized himself with the area. The concentration of spiritual energy is at least 100 times that of the desolate ancient land. I felt full of energy after taking a breath. Sure enough, the quality of spiritual energy in a higher world is different from that in a lower world. Li Xiandao couldn't help but sigh. It was so true. The difference in spiritual energy concentration is understandable, since the eternal land is very close to the 9 heavens and can absorb a lot of spiritual energy from the 9 heavens. However, if the concentration is different, and the quality is significantly worse, then it's a bit hard to accept. No wonder the Great Li land and the desolate ancient land can never turn things around. Now that Li Xiandao has brought the heaven and earth money house here, those who come with him can stride forward with great strides. Boom. As he walked, Li Xiandao entered the heaven and earth money shop. Inside the money exchange, everyone was gathered together. After entering the eternal land, the heaven and earth money house continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of the eternal land to replenish itself, allowing everyone to cultivate inside in exactly the same way as outside. Li Xiandao did not go to see them, but instead summoned Xiaobai alone. In Li Xiandao's bedroom, Xiaobai came to pay his respects. "Greetings, master. How can we find the person?" Li Xiandao asked directly. He wanted to kill Ren. The prerequisite is that he can find someone. As Xiaobai said before, she is unpredictable and has Daoist temples everywhere. Does Li Xiandao know which Daoist temple she is currently hiding in during her seclusion? So he went to Xiaobai. The clone knows many things about the original body. Xiaobai must know how to find the one who is important. When someone separates their body into clones, they never imagine that one of the clones could develop its own consciousness and break free from their control. Therefore, Xiaobai knew all her secrets. Xiaobai respectfully said, "Master, it is difficult to find out which temple Ren is currently hiding in for cultivation, but there is a way to force Ren to come out." Li Xiandao looked at Xiaobai and said in a deep voice, "Tell me." Ran Ling is a very domineering woman. She will definitely get what she wants. She was able to break through to the human immortal realm in 10,000 years, all thanks to one person. Xiaobai said slowly. "Who?" Li Xiandao asked. "The feathered divine dynasty, the northern prince." Xiaobai said in a deep voice. "The feathered divine dynasty, the northern prince?" Li Xiandao murmured. He had quite a connection with this feathered divine dynasty. Less than a day after entering the eternal land for the first time, he had already inexplicably come into contact with 2 high-ranking members of the feathered divine dynasty. The prince of the northern territory is a confidant of the current emperor of the feathered divine dynasty. He is the emperor's younger brother and is in charge of the northern territory. Therefore, he was granted the title of prince of the northern territory. In the feathered divine dynasty, he can be said to be second only to the emperor. Xiaobai explained. "What is the relationship between this northern prince and the man?" Li Xiandao asked. He knew that this prince from the north must be very powerful. That must be incredibly impressive. The feathered divine dynasty and the myriad dragons empire are different. You can tell just by looking at their names. A divine dynasty. An empire. To be able to become a powerful prince in the divine dynasty and rule the northern territory must be incredibly impressive. Xiaobai said with a strange expression. The woman is a mistress kept by the prince of the northern border. Li Xiandao had guessed it too, and was not surprised at all. That must be his mistress. It used to be. Xiaobai said. In the past. Li Xiandao's expression turned strange. Chapter 163, A Charming Affair, Part 2. A single memory can immediately spark a flood of thoughts and memories. She was once the mistress of the Prince of the North. But what about now? Li Xiandao coughed, stopping his imagination, and said, "Continue." Meanwhile, in Li Xiandao's room, Shao Qi appeared silently in the corner, holding a handful of melon seeds, watching and eating quietly. If Li Xiandao hadn't glanced at it, he really wouldn't have noticed. "Why are you here?" Li Xiandao frowned and asked telepathically. "You two are in the room, can't I come in?" Shao Qi asked calmly. "That's not what I meant. I meant that you came in so quietly, it startled me," Li Xiandao said immediately. "You've done nothing wrong, so why are you afraid I'll scare you?" Shao Qi muttered. Li Xiandao looked at her helplessly. Shao Qi stopped bothering Li Xiandao, picked up the melon seeds in her hand, and asked Li Xiandao, "Do you want some?" Seeing Shao Qi like this, Li Xiandao sighed helplessly, reached out and took the melon seeds, and plopped down next to Xiao Qi. How can he eat while wearing a mask? Xiao Qi simply wanted Li Xiandao to get her some melon seeds. The two of them squeezed into one chair. Xiao Qi was very dissatisfied with Li Xiandao, but Li Xiandao insisted on doing so she could only passively accept it. Qiu Bai watched silently, feeling inexplicably full, though he didn't know why. Go on, start from the past and continue the story, Xiao Qi said with a smile, her face full of anticipation. Li Xiandao is now certain that Xiao Qi didn't come to supervise him. She mainly came to join in the gossip. Qiu Bai composed himself and continued. The former mistress was the Northern Prince's mistress, but she was unwilling to be a mistress without a title or status, so she kept asking the Northern Prince to divorce his wife and marry her. Xiao Qi cracks a sunflower seed. The Prince of the Northern Border didn't agree, did he? Li Xiandao guessed. Yes, the Northern Prince's wife is not to be trifled with either. Her father is a top expert in the feathered divine dynasty. After learning about this, he directly imprisoned the Northern Prince for 30 years. Qiu Bai nodded. How tragic. Xiao Qi cracked open another sunflower seed and commented. Li Xiandao. What happens next? Li Xiandao asked. 30 years of confinement may seem short in the context of 10,000 years, but at that time, both the Lord of the Northern Border and the Prince of the Northern Border were only 100 years old. 30 years is a very long time. Qiu Bai said, his expression turning strange again. Xiao Qi urged. Keep going. Qiu Bai said, after the Northern Prince was imprisoned, her status plummeted. Her family no longer supported her, and no one comforted her, which made her very depressed. Then, at this time, the Northern Prince's father, the retired emperor, went out for a trip and met her. Li Xiandao was startled. This was truly a mess. Xiao Qi cracked open a sunflower seed and chewed it silently. What happened next was just as the master expected. He got involved with the Emperor Emeritus, but the Emperor Emeritus was just playing around and had no intention of taking responsibility. He had a romantic affair with Renling while traveling, and when he returned, he kicked Renling out. Qiu Bai recalled the memories in his mind and began to speak. Was this old rogue doing this on purpose? Li Xiandao asked. He suspected that the Northern Prince's father, the current Emperor Emeritus, probably already knew about Ren Zhang's identity but deliberately pretended not to know, manipulating Ren Zhang. Xiao Qi silently cracked open a sunflower seed. Then she realized she was out of sunflower seeds, so she took one from Li Xiandao's hand. Qiu Bai nodded and said, later, the woman didn't want to leave and wanted to continue following the Emperor Emeritus, but she was ruthlessly rejected. The Emperor Emeritus said that he only wanted to play with his son's mistress, and now that he was tired of her, he would throw her away. He also told her not to bother the Prince of the Northern Border anymore, or he would destroy her and her family if she did. Li Xiandao shook his head and said, she's hundreds of years old, why is she so foolish as to easily have relationships with other people? However, royal families have always been known for their debauchery. When Li Xiandao thought of the Li Tang imperial family in his previous life, he was no longer surprised. Qiu Bai sighed softly and said, perhaps this is just her personality. Xiao Qi listened silently and cracked open another sunflower seed. From then on, Ren started to let herself go. She began to make many friends. She would persuade those who were beneficial to her, and if she couldn't persuade them, she would sleep with them. She tried every means to make herself stronger, Qiu Bai said slowly. Has her personality become so domineering? Li Xiandao asked. That's not it. Ren's personality has always been domineering. She just kept a low profile when her strength wasn't apparent. But once she broke through to the human immortal realm, her true colors were revealed. Qiu Bai shook his head. Now that she's over 10,000 years old, how many people has she slept with? Li Xiandao asked curiously. Xiao Qi cracked 2 sunflower seeds in a row and listened quietly. Qiu Bai shook his head. I can't count them all, but I should have killed 10,000 people. Li Xiandao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wow, My sister is amazing. She's a killer of 10,000 men. I'm a little bit envious. What does all that you've said have to do with bringing out the person? Xiao Qi looked at Li Xiandao with dissatisfaction, but said to Qiu Bai. Li Xiandao coughed and said seriously, "Yes, what does it have to do with anything?" Qiu Bai immediately said, "No one in this world knows these secrets of Ren Ling except me. If even a little bit is revealed, it would be a disaster for Ren Ling." "What do you mean?" Li Xiandao asked, puzzled. Qiu Bai's expression turned strange. He said, "Because most of the people she sleeps with are married, and most importantly, she has slept with all the emperors, princes, and nobles of the current feathered divine dynasty." "Holy crap!" Li Xiandao exclaimed in astonishment. "She wiped out the entire royal family of the feathered divine dynasty?" Xiao Qi also opened her mouth in surprise, extremely astonished. "This is just too amazing," Qiu Bai muttered. After being heartbroken by the Emperor Emeritus, she vowed revenge. She wanted to turn the feathered divine dynasty into a licentious dynasty, which is why she did this. "Tell me, if I expose this matter, won't people face retaliation from the feathered divine dynasty?" Li Xiandao suddenly stroked his chin. He didn't want to kill her directly. That would be too easy on her. Having witnessed so many heroic deeds, Li Xiandao felt he had to promote them properly. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. This is what Li Xiandao wanted. "Master, the feathered divine dynasty actually owes the Heaven and Earth Bank a lot." Xiao Qi suddenly remembered and said. Li Xiandao stood up, thought carefully, and said, "Then you should compile all the contracts that the feathered divine dynasty owes us and see how they are going to repay their debts. If they are not, expose this matter directly and make the feathered divine dynasty a laughingstock in the world." Li Xiandao changed his mind. He wanted to first see how the feathered divine dynasty would react to repaying its debts. If you have a bad attitude, you and others will die together. Chapter 164, The Northern Prince's Debt Contract, Part 3. After entering the Eternal Land, Li Xiandao originally intended to kill the person who caused the incident. But now he has changed his mind. They want to kill him, but not now. We need to see if the feathered divine dynasty is willing to fulfill the contract. Li Xiandao was waiting for Xiao Qi to bring the contract. Qiu Bai wanted to leave, but Li Xiandao kept her there. She was quite familiar with the Eternal Realm. After all, she knew all of Ren Ling's memories. Although she didn't have Ren Ling's powerful cultivation, she could still help Li Xiandao. Qiu Bai had no choice but to stay and continue watching Li Xiandao and Xiao Qi bickering. Fortunately, Xiao Qi is currently preparing for the eternal contract. A short while later, Xiao Qi took out a dozen or so copies of the contract and handed them to Li Xiandao. "This is the still valid contract of the feathered divine dynasty," Xiao Qi said. "It's still effective. Those that were invalid have been cleared out by Tiandi Qianzhuang. Over the course of 10,000 years, the people of the feathered divine dynasty have either died or been injured. Those who had signed contracts have all died, which means the Heaven and Earth Bank has suffered a loss. One can imagine how many people died and how much the Heaven and Earth Bank lost in the 9 heavens and 10 earths during those 10,000 years. No wonder it went bankrupt." Li Xiandao took the contract and began to look through it. There were 15 contracts in total, and each one was different. Some borrowed divine weapons, some borrowed lost martial arts techniques, and some borrowed rare spiritual treasures. Li Xiandao flipped through them one by one, and sure enough, he saw a familiar name. Prince of the North. Li Xiandao looked at Qiu Bai in surprise and asked, "How old is the Prince of the Northern Border this year?" Qiu Bai thought about it carefully, did some calculations, and said, "The Prince of the Northern Border is the current Emperor's younger brother, and is about 11,200 years old." Li Xiandao pulled out the contract from the Northern Prince and said, "This should be the contract that the Northern Prince signed when he was imprisoned." The contract clearly states that the Prince of the Northern Border will exchange 100 peerless beauties for 9 slashes of the azure sky. Li Xiandao looked at the contract, fell into deep thought, and asked, "Is the 9 slashes of the azure sky very powerful?" Xiao Qi explained from the side. Of course it's powerful. It was once an unparalleled ultimate skill, created by the heavens themselves. Under the 9 slashes, no one could rival it. Then why did this prince of the northern border borrow 100 beauties? Li Xiandao asked, dissatisfied. Xiao Qi's expression changed. She took the contract and looked at it. Immediately, the image of the days before the great disaster of Xiandi Bank flashed through her mind. The former owner held a grand banquet, and countless beautiful women dressed provocatively ate and drank recklessly in Xiandi Bank. Xiao Qi told Li Xiandao about this with a grim expression, and whispered, because those were the last few days of the Heaven and Earth Bank, I had been completely abandoned by my former owner. He was going to banish me and lock me in a dark room, so I knew nothing about the contract that was signed in the last few days. Li Xiandao was furious when he saw what was written in the contract. 3 months later, the Heaven and Earth Bank returned the 100 beauties, and the Northern Prince returned the 9 slashes of the azure sky, along with another 100 beauties. Fuck your mother. Are you driven by lust? A peerless martial arts manual can be exchanged for 100 beautiful women in 3 months? Aren't you afraid of ruining your kidneys? You big stallion. You piece of trash. Li Xiandao was so angry that he cursed loudly, extremely furious. The 9 heaven slashes, such a supreme technique, was exchanged for 200 peerless beauties. They still haven't gotten the other 100. Day. Li Xiandao was furious. Xiao Qi felt a little guilty and comforted Li Xiandao, saying, this isn't your fault. It's all a mess left by your ex. Let's take a look at what the breach of contract terms are. Li Xiandao and Xiao Qi looked at the breach of contract terms together. The next second, the two of them simultaneously swore. Grass. This infuriated Xiao Qi. Beneath the breach of contract clause, a pristine white space revealed Li Xiandao and Xiao Qi's faces. What should I do? Xiao Qi covered her face, feeling a real headache. After his initial anger subsided, Li Xiandao calmed down. Regardless of how much of a jerk his ex was, he accepted it. Li Xiandao is determined to manage the Heaven and Earth Bank well. Perhaps we can use the incestuous history between the Prince of the Northern Border and his father to force the Prince of the Northern Border to hand over the 9 heavenly slashes. Li Xiandao thought of a plan. Xiao Qi immediately looked at Bai and asked, does the Prince of the Northern Border know about this scandalous history between the Emperor and his father? Bai shook his head and said, I don't know. The Prince of the Northern Border was in confinement. After he came out, he often went to see the eunuch, but the eunuch refused him because of the Emperor Emeritus's threat and they never met again. Fine, we'll use this to threaten the Northern Prince. If he doesn't return the 9 slashes of the azure sky, don't blame me for exposing this matter. It will be their feathered divine dynasty that loses face, Li Xiandao said coldly. What if he pays it back? Xiao Qi asked. Li Xiandao's face stiffened. If the Prince of the Northern Border obediently returns the 9 heavenly slashes, it means he is honoring the contract. Li Xiandao must return the previous 100 beauties to him according to the contract. Li Xiandao closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and wished he could beat his ex to death. Where is he going to find 100 beautiful women to return to the Prince of the Northern Border? Now I just hope this Prince from the Northern Border doesn't abide by the contract, Li Xiandao said helplessly. This was the first time he had ever hoped a customer would break the contract. Xiao Qi said with a wry smile, but don't worry, your ex didn't sign many contracts later on. He was living a life of debauchery, so such an outrageous contract should be gone. Li Xiandao nodded and said, finally, amidst all this bad news, I've heard some not so good news. Xiao Qi had nothing to say. Master, the Prince of the Northern Border is currently at the peak of the transcendent realm, only a little bit away from becoming a human immortal. Are you confident? Bai asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'll go to the Northern Prince myself. He'd better refuse to fulfill the contract. If he dares to fulfill the contract voluntarily, I'll break his legs. Li Xiandao said through gritted teeth. Xiao Qi watched Li Xiandao's gritting teeth expression and, for some reason, felt a little like laughing. Li Xiandao is so cute right now. But she knew she couldn't laugh. Li Xiandao was furious, and if she laughed, she would lower her score in his eyes. Send me the location of the Northern Prince's residence. I'll head out now. Li Xiandao couldn't sit still for a moment. He had to get this matter resolved as soon as possible. What if the Prince of the Northern Border comes to the Heaven and Earth Bank one day and demands that I return the 9 slashes of the azure sky and give him back 100 beauties? Li Xiandao would have to go to a big city and steal 100 beautiful women to return to him. Just thinking about that scene made Li Xiandao feel uneasy. After Qiu Bai transmitted his location to Li Xiandao disappeared into the Heaven and Earth Money House the next second. Master is so fast. Qiu Bai murmured. Xiao Qi sighed and said, "It's not good to go too fast." Qiu Bai looked at Xiao Qi with a strange expression. As the clone of the 10,000 killer, she had no practical experience, but she was already very knowledgeable in theory. Even if you watch tens of thousands of short TV shows with a virgin, you'll still have a wealth of theoretical knowledge. The difference is that Qiu Bai is the same as all the female protagonists. I mean, it's bad for your health. Seeing Qiu Bai's look, Xiao Qi felt she needed to explain. I'm going to cultivate now. Qiu Bai immediately took his leave and hurried off to cultivate. Chapter 165 Li Xiandao's Last Stand. Part 4. The North. This is the territory under the jurisdiction of the Prince of the North. The Eternal Realm is vast. The Feathered Divine Dynasty merely occupies a portion of it, managing a large area. The northern border is located north of the Feathered Divine Dynasty, bordered by a wild and desolate forest, teeming with wild beasts and ancient monsters. Once they break through the barrier, they will slaughter the people of the northern border. The Feathered Divine Dynasty will have a headache then. There was no other choice but to have someone guard the north, and this person had to command a large army. After the previous North King passed away, the current emperor chose the North King, his half-brother. The Prince of the Northern Border guarded the northern border when he was 3,000 years old, and now, 7,000 years later, he has become the undisputed master of the northern border. His words are more powerful than the imperial edicts of the emperor of the Feathered Divine Dynasty. Of course, the Prince of the Northern Border doesn't concern himself with worldly affairs. Unless a monster from the wild forest attacks, he usually stays in his manor to cultivate. The Prince of the North was a very well-behaved man his whole life. When I was young, I listened to my father and was a good son. After I got married, I listened to my wife. And when I became the Prince of the Northern Territory, I listened to my elder brother. The only time I rebelled was during my relationship with Ren. The Prince of the Northern Border truly loves Ranzhong, and he still loves her to this day. The cinnabar mole on his heart. The white moonlight outside his window. She could be considered his first love. Moreover, this first love was broken up by someone. This is even more unforgettable. In a fit of anger, the Prince of the Northern Border divorced his wife in order to bring them together, but was suppressed by his wife and father-in-law. This suppression was reported to the then-retired emperor, who was furious and imprisoned the Prince of the Northern Border for 30 years. Confined at home for 30 years and not allowed to leave, the Prince of the Northern Border almost went mad. When he was finally able to leave, the Prince of the Northern Border couldn't wait to find the messenger, only to be met with the messenger's cold face and hurtful words. The Prince of the North knew then that there must be a problem between him and the man. The Prince of the Northern Border dared not even imagine what the specific problem might be. He was afraid to think about it. Over the years he had heard about Ren's behavior. Unrestrained and dissolute was an understatement, and the world held her in very low regard. But the Prince of the North still longed for the woman he used to be with. The woman who had eyes only for him may never come back. On the back mountain, the Northern Prince was reminiscing about his first love when he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He frowned and shouted, "Who's there?" Li Xiandao slowly walked out, without a mask, and looked at the Prince of the Northern Border. This prince is refined and scholarly, and even at 10,000 years old, he still looks like a prince who commands a large army, or more like a well-read scholar. Who are you? Why did you come here? What are you doing, sneaking around like this? The Northern Prince asked repeatedly, holding a jade fan, his face darkening, exuding an imposing aura. Having been a prince for over 7,000 years, even a scholar possessed a certain air of authority. The Northern Prince did not call for the guards in the distance. He was very confident in himself and did not believe that Xiandao could kill him instantly. If Xiandao could kill him instantly, then calling for guards would be useless. It would only result in a few more deaths. The Northern Prince's residence is heavily guarded, making it extremely difficult for me to even get a glimpse of him, Xiandao said calmly. If you want to see me, you can take your visiting card and follow the proper procedures. Why sneak in here? The Northern Prince said displeased. Seeing that he was not as arrogant and domineering as he had imagined, but rather polite and courteous, Xiandao's heart began to sink. What I want to tell you is something the Prince of the Northern Border probably doesn't want a third person to know, Xiandao said with a slight smile. Please tell me what exactly happened. The Northern Prince asked sternly, frowning. Xiandao interrupted his reminiscence of his first love, which made him very unhappy. However, his good upbringing and cultural refinement accumulated over 10,000 years allowed the Prince of the Northern Border to suppress his dissatisfaction. He knew that since Xiandao had come, he would definitely say that he would make a decision after hearing what Xiandao had to say. Seeing his expression, Xiandao's heart sank further. He asked, Your Highness of the Northern Border, you owe our forces something, do you know that? The Northern Prince frowned. Does this king owe your forces something? Tell me what it is. If I truly owe you, I will repay you no matter what. But if you're just spouting nonsense and slandering me, don't blame me for being impolite, the Northern Prince said calmly, suppressing his anger. Xiandao remained silent for a moment. This attitude was not right. You should be angry. You should be arrogant. You should rebuke them. Then he said that even if he did owe something, he wouldn't pay it back. This is exactly what a high-ranking prince should say. What's with your calm demeanor right now? Tell me, what do I owe you? The Northern Prince questioned again, his tone becoming more forceful. Xiandao sighed silently, took out a blood-red pocket watch, looked at the Northern Prince, hoping to see the Northern Prince fly into a rage. You're furious. You're saying you don't recognize this? You definitely don't want to return the peerless martial art 9 slashes of the azure sky to me. Xiandao silently pleaded with the Northern King to be arrogant and domineering just this once. But the Northern Prince, who was initially a little angry, was stunned when he saw the blood-red pocket watch. His eyes held an extremely complex expression. Nostalgia, sadness, joy, grief. Xiandao could read through countless emotions. But there was no anger. The anger that Xiandao had been expecting did not materialize. The Prince of the Northern Border took a deep breath, looked at Xiandao, clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, and said, I was wrong just now. You are right. I do owe you something. The Prince of the North has admitted it. He readily admitted it. His admission caused Xiandao's vision to go black. Where is he supposed to find 100 beautiful women for the Prince of the North? 100. Xiandao himself is still a lifelong single. What's wrong with you? The Prince of the Northern Border asked curiously as he looked at Xiandao covering his head. It's nothing, just a headache, Xiandao said in a low voice. You're clutching your chest because of a headache? The Northern Prince asked, puzzled, as he saw Xiandao clutching his chest again. My head hurt a little earlier, now my heart aches, and my whole body is about to ache. Xiandao's heart was bleeding at this moment. Brother, you are ill and need proper treatment, the Prince of the Northern Border comforted him. I have a world-renowned healer here who can treat you for free, the Northern Prince said with concern, looking at Xiandao with great kindness. The Heaven and Earth Bank was incredibly magical to the Prince of the Northern Border. Although he had only been inside once, he never forgot it. 10,000 years later, the Prince of the Northern Border was overjoyed to see the people of the Heaven and Earth Bank again. No need, I'm fine. Are you sure you want to pay it back? Li Xiandao asked one last time, displaying his last bit of stubbornness. Of course, the northern prince said matter-of-factly. What you owe someone, you must repay. Li Xiandao, expressionless, pulled the northern border prince aside and said, Now let's go to the Heaven and Earth Bank and finalize this contract. Chapter 166 Qiu Bai and Ling Ren. Part 5. Li Xiandao still pulled the prince of the northern border into the Heaven and Earth Bank. Because of the rules of Tiandi Qianzhuang, we must act in accordance with the contract. If that's what's written in the contract, then it must be followed. Once the owner of the contract comes to the Heaven and Earth Money House, Li Xiandao has no way to refuse. Therefore, when he was in Dali, Li Xiandao couldn't wait to have monk Tianxin wipe out the ancestor of the Dali dynasty. For this reason, Li Xiandao went to great lengths, and the monk Tianxin even had someone write a book to spread the story, all to avoid being noticed and to prevent violating the rules of the Heaven and Earth Bank. If the patriarch of the Great Li dynasty were to enter the Heaven and Earth Bank, Li Xiandao would suffer a great loss. However, the northern prince before us is no different from the patriarch of the Great Li dynasty. Li Xiandao never expected that the prince of the northern border would agree to return 9 slashes of the azure sky so readily and decisively. That's the key point. Li Xiandao believed that since the other party would not return the money, he could use the pretext of breach of contract to completely destroy the contract. Who knows? Now that the prince of the northern border has taken the initiative to return the money, even if Li Xiandao has the cultivation of an immortal, he cannot harm the prince of the northern border and must receive him. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Li Xiandao left the northern prince alone halfway and returned to his room first, expressionless and exuding a low-pressure atmosphere. Xiao Qi looked at Li Xiandao and asked cautiously, You lost? Only someone who can't defeat the prince of the north would do this. Li Xiandao shook his head. Xiao Qi asked in confusion, So you won? Li Xiandao continued to shake his head. What exactly happened? Xiao Qi's face darkened. Li Xiandao sighed and said, No fight broke out. What do you mean? Xiao Qi asked Li Xiandao, confused. The prince of the northern border has taken the initiative to return 9 slashes of the azure sky and terminate the contract, Li Xiandao said helplessly. Xiao Qi knew what Li Xiandao was troubled about, and a troubled expression also appeared on her delicate face. Where are you going to find 100 beautiful women to help him end the contract? Li Xiandao was also troubled by this, and asked, If I break the contract, what punishment will I receive? Xiao Qi said seriously, with the decline in credibility, Tiandi Bank is becoming increasingly precarious. If you violate this rule a second time, you will face the same fate as your predecessor. Your credibility will collapse. If it happens a third time, you will be wiped out, and Tiandi Bank will be shut down. The Heaven and Earth Bank has great power and simple rules, but if it is violated, Li Xiandao in his current state cannot afford to bear the consequences. Therefore, I must give him 100 beautiful women. Li Xiandao sighed, his brows furrowed. Even if he went to the city to arrest people now, he wouldn't be able to catch 100 beautiful women. Moreover, if any of the 100 daughters resist, it will not count, and all the efforts will be in vain. In short, Li Xiandao is in a difficult situation right now. Xiao Qi thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She snapped her fingers and said, We can't break the contract, we have to give you 100 beauties. But what if the prince of the northern border doesn't accept them? Li Xiandao looked at Xiao Qi silently and saw hope. But how should I tell him? Li Xiandao frowned again. He couldn't very well run up to the prince of the north and say, Brother, I really don't have 100 beauties. Could you please give them up? Are you stupid, Qiu Bai? Xiao Qi rolled her eyes at Li Xian. What's wrong with Qiu Bai? Li Xiandao asked indifferently, but in an instant, he looked at Xiao Qi as if he had been electrocuted. You figured it out, didn't you? Qiu Bai is Ren's clone, exactly the same. She has always maintained her peak condition, keeping Ren's appearance at 18 or 19 years old. Didn't you say that seeing her is like seeing the big sister next door? Xiao Qi whispered. Li Xiandao breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes darted around, and he cupped Xiao Qi's little head in his hands, planting a kiss directly on Xiao Qi's forehead. He said excitedly, "You really are my lucky star. This idea is great. I'll go find Xiaobai right now and ask her to persuade the prince of the northern border." Li Xiandao kissed her and ran away, leaving Xiao Qi looking bewildered. After a long while, Xiao Qi finally came to her senses. "You have the talent of a prophet. You must have guessed it too. Why are you so excited?" Xiao Qi's mind was blank. "You kissed me in your excitement." Xiao Qi gritted her teeth. "You pervert." Xiao Qi cursed angrily, then covered her flushed face, blushing with embarrassment. In the trading hall, Li Xiandao summoned Xiaobai. "Master, did you call me?" Xiaobai asked. "An old friend of yours will be arriving soon. Go and greet him," Li Xiandao said, wearing a mask and having changed his clothes. "My old friend?" Xiaobai asked in confusion. "Your Highness, Prince of the Northern Border," Li Xiandao said calmly. Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise, looking at Li Xiandao with a hint of embarrassment, and said, "Master, those things were all done by people when they were young. I am just an avatar that has developed sentience, so it has little to do with them." "I need you to persuade the Prince of the Northern Border to abandon the contract," Li Xiandao said, tapping the table with his hand. Xiaobai looked at Li Xiandao with a puzzled expression. "The contract states that we need to give him 100 beautiful women at the end of the contract. I don't have any, and I can't give them to him, so he needs to give them up voluntarily," Li Xiandao explained. Xiaobai nodded. "Understood, I will go right away. It is my honor to share my master's burdens." Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction and watched Xiaobai leave. The Prince of the Northern Border entered the Heaven and Earth Bank. The unfamiliar yet familiar road made him slow down. Looking around, he recalled that 10,000 years ago, when he was young, he had come here and exchanged 100 maids for a peerless martial arts manual, 9 slashes of the azure sky. 10,000 years later, things have changed. He has experienced many vicissitudes. Although time has not left many marks on his appearance, it has left many marks on his soul and temperament. Time flies so fast. The cherries have turned black, and the bananas have gone soft, the Prince of the Northern Border remarked. As he walked, the Prince of the Northern Border suddenly froze, standing there dumbfounded. What did he see? White moonlight. A cinnabar mole. Amazing. The Prince of the Northern Border took a deep breath to calm his excited heart before walking over and looking at the man before him, who seemed perfect as he had been 10,000 years ago. He said softly, "Long time no see." Xiaobai watched as the Northern Prince suppressed his excitement, his eyes reddening, and sighed inwardly. The Prince of the Northern Border was also a devoted lover. He should have been the Crown Prince for life, but after becoming a prince, he loved only one person in his life. After losing his lover, he stopped taking concubines and treated his first wife with respect, seeing her only a few times a year. He then became a monk. "I am not her, I am her clone who has gained sentience. My name is Xiaobai." Xiaobai introduced himself. The Prince of the Northern Border was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xiaobai, unable to believe it. "It's true. I have all of your memories from the past 10,000 years. If you want to know, I can tell you everything," Xiaobai said firmly. The Prince of the North asked quietly, "What do you need me to do?" Xiaobai was waiting for him here, and when he said those words, it was clear that he wanted him to do something. The Prince of the Northern Border is not stupid. He is very intelligent. He is just very devoted. He is willing to listen to Xiaobai speak, and even just looking at Xiaobai makes him content. Chapter 167 Conversation. Part 6. The Prince of the Northern Border looked at Xiaobai, his eyes filled with the image of his beloved from 10,000 years ago. She was so innocent and lovable back then. People today have lost that purity, just like a chrysanthemum that has aged after experiencing many things. Even if it blooms brightly, it lacks the beauty and purity of new life. The tree-lined path you long for is covered with white dew every night and morning. What you thought was a tree-lined path is now bustling with traffic. The Northern Prince had only pretended not to know before. The fact that he had never contacted his messenger since being rejected was enough to prove that he knew in his heart that his messenger was dead. But now, everything has come back. So at this moment, the Prince of the Northern Border stared intently, his mind racing, his good upbringing preventing him from closing the distance. It's actually better viewed from more than 10 meters away. After all, that one glance was separated by 10,000 years. I'm waiting for you here in the hope that once you go inside, you'll voluntarily abandon the contract and not agree to terminate it, Xiaobai said earnestly, taking a deep breath. Why? The Prince of the Northern Border asked doubtfully. If it's inconvenient, then I won't say. I'm just curious, the Prince of the Northern Border added. There's nothing inconvenient about it. If you terminate the contract, we'll return 100 beauties to you. Chendi Money House doesn't have that many women, Xiaobai said truthfully. The Prince of the Northern Border laughed and said, What? Oh, is that so? Shall I go in now? He said he was going in, but his legs didn't move, and his eyes were still fixed on Xiaobai, as if he wanted to imprint Xiaobai in his eyes. Go in now. I'll tell you everything when you come out, Xiaobai said softly. The Northern Prince, thinking about being alone with Xiaobai after he came out, immediately took a step and said, I'll go in now, please wait a moment. The over 10,000-year-old Prince of the Northern Border was as excited as a teenage boy experiencing his first love, and hurriedly entered the trading hall. Inside the trading hall, Xiandao sat silently, his legs crossed, wearing a dark gold mask, his hands clasped, exuding a cold and aloof aura. He was thinking. After obtaining the 9 slashes of the azure sky, he needs to cultivate diligently, as his current cultivation level is far too low. He could sweep through the great desolate land and the ancient wasteland, but when he arrived at the eternal land, Xiandao found that he couldn't even defeat some people, let alone sweep through them. Not to mention his subordinates, each and every one of them has immense potential, but their cultivation is very weak. They are now frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of the eternal land to replenish their strength. His cultivation is progressing rapidly, constantly improving. When he emerges from seclusion, he should be able to give Xiandao a pleasant surprise. Lost in thought, Xiandao saw the Northern Prince walking quickly, coming directly to Xiandao's table. Seeing Xiandao's appearance, the prince asked in surprise, You weren't wearing a mask before. Xiandao said calmly, The Heaven and Earth Bank has changed owners. The Prince of the Northern Border suddenly realized. This is your contract. Sign it. Once you sign it and hand over the original manual, I will give you 100 beauties. Only then will the contract be truly finished. Xiandao emphasized the word 100 beauties, clearly intending for the Northern Prince to understand. The Prince of the Northern Border chuckled, picked up the contract, glanced at it, and then tore it open in front of Xiandao. The contract was split in two. The Prince of the Northern Border took out a secret manual and solemnly said, This is the 9 slashes of the azure sky. Here you go. I tore up the contract. It wasn't us who ended it. Xiandao nodded and said, All right. Can I go out now? The Northern Prince asked impatiently, concerned about Xiaobai. Please do as you please. Xiandao said nonchalantly, raising his hand. Without hesitation, the Prince of the North turned and left, quite dashingly. Even the 9 slashes of the azure sky that the Northern Prince left behind didn't linger for a second glance. 9 slashes of the azure sky stood silently before Xiandao, as he watched. Then he slowly reached out and picked it up. As new as ever, the black book slowly opens. Clang. A massive, sharp blade sliced directly out of the book, as if it had just shattered a world, breaking through boundaries and arriving before Xiandao. Xiandao was jolted by the impact, quickly put down 9 slashes of the azure sky, and then looked at it solemnly. Such powerful force, Xiandao murmured. This is perfect for my cultivation. Xiandao grabbed the 9 slashes of the azure sky, stood up, and stepped out into the inheritance hall. The Hall of Inheritance is located at the foot of the mountain. Xiandao passed through the hanging kites and arrived at the tomb of the god of war, Zhao Wuji. Just as Zhao Wuji came up with an idea, Xiandao shook his head and said, "I have thoroughly understood your Dao, and it is not suitable for you to comprehend it further." The god of war, Zhao Wuji, was speechless, staring at Xiandao's retreating figure with a blank expression on his forehead. When it came to the sword god's tomb, Xiandao didn't even stop and walked straight over. The remnant soul of the sword god appeared, looking at Xiandao, with many questions surfacing in his mind. "So, it's like using something and then discarding it?" Xiandao went straight to the third tomb and began his journey of enlightenment and cultivation. Outside the heaven and earth bank lies the Northern Prince's manor. Today, everyone in the pavilion at the top of the mountain villa has been driven away. No one is allowed to approach within 10 miles, or they will be killed without mercy. The Prince of the Northern Border personally cooked a delicious meal for Bai. Bai said there was no need to trouble himself. But the Prince of the Northern Border said, "I know you are not her, you are Bai. But since you have all her memories, you should know that 10,000 years ago, I was imprisoned. Before I was imprisoned, I promised to make her something delicious to eat when I came out. Unfortunately, this meal has been delayed for 10,000 years. The Northern Prince said, his voice tinged with sadness. Bai sighed helplessly and said, "Life is full of things that are beyond our control. When what you think and what you do are different, all sorts of messy thoughts and distractions will arise." "You've become obsessed with it now," Bai said. "Obsession?" The Prince of the Northern Border shook his head and smiled. "I can distinguish between what obsession and true love feel like. 10,000 years have passed. I have lived in this mountain villa for 7,000 years. Why? Because this is my own world. Here I can think about the past without restraint, and no one will disturb me," the Northern Prince said softly. "Where is your wife?" Bai asked. "Her." The Prince of the Northern Border thought for a moment, needing to think carefully to recall what his wife looked like. She must be enjoying the power of the Northern King right now. She controls the entire Northern Territory. "The last time we met was 3 years ago, just a fleeting glimpse," the Northern King said calmly. "You two are so stalemated and cold, with no affection left between you as husband and wife. What about the child?" Bai asked. She knew that the Northern Prince did not have any children during the time he was with the man, so what happened after that? The Prince of the Northern Border smiled faintly and said, "I have no children." For over 10,000 years, the Northern Prince had not touched his wife since he was released from confinement. He would rather be a monk than have physical intimacy with his wife. "Why?" Bai asked, puzzled. "You'll understand when you're forced into a wedding ceremony by a woman's father using his overwhelming power," the Northern Prince said with a bitter smile. Chapter 168 The Past of the Northern Prince. Part 1. The Prince of the Northern Border was once even closer to the throne than the current emperor. Even when everyone thought he was going to become the emperor of the feathered divine dynasty, unexpectedly, the Prince of the Northern Border gave up on his own initiative. The Northern Prince's abandonment caused an uproar throughout the land, and the angrier the person was his wife. "I originally married you hoping to become empress, but who would have thought that you would voluntarily give up the throne?" The empress's position, which was within his grasp, slipped away, infuriating his wife of many years. The already strained relationship between the couple plummeted to rock bottom. They barely saw each other a few times a year, exchanged only a few words, and went about their own business. The Prince of the Northern Border later met a woman and believed he had found true love. At the woman's request, he went back and divorced his wife. Sending a letter of divorce doesn't elicit tears and sobs, but rather resentful stares. His wife immediately summoned her invincible father, who slapped the Northern Prince to the ground. She then reported to the recently abdicated Emperor Emeritus, who imprisoned the Northern Prince for 30 years. 30 years of confinement completely severed the relationship between the Northern Prince and his wife. Even if they live in the same residence, even if they only meet occasionally, even if the other party tries to persuade them with kind words, The Prince of the North did not say a word to the other party. Even if the Northern Queen were to strip naked and stand in front of the Northern Prince, he wouldn't even give her a second glance. What good is a great figure? It's just a bunch of proteins. So what if the headlights and taillights are perky? It will sag sooner or later. The Prince of the North kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, spending his days reading and having his men find countless books for him. His scholarly air was cultivated during those 30 years. The Northern Queen was very unwilling. She was also a beautiful young woman, a real woman. Since marrying the Northern Prince, she had been living a life of widowhood from her wedding night until now, and she couldn't bear it. Drug it. By drugging her husband, the Northern Queen plans to have sex with him a dozen times a night, draining him dry and getting pregnant, so that everything he owns will be hers. In this day and age, women without children are still subject to gossip and judgment. But after the Prince of the Northern Border was infected, he locked himself in his room and did it himself, refusing to touch him. Anyway, just go for it. As for the process, you won't remember much after you're done. The Queen of the North was truly heartbroken. After this incident, they acted like strangers, avoiding each other's gaze whenever they met, and torturing each other relentlessly. The Prince of the Northern Border, however, was quite content. He read books every day to enrich himself. He believed that books held both wealth and beauty, and by calming his mind, his spiritual realm had risen to an immeasurable level. Unable to bear her loneliness, the Queen of the North began to disobey her husband and engage in illicit affairs. The Northern King rarely lost his temper in his life. The only time he was truly enraged was because the Northern Queen had an affair with a scion of a powerful family in the Feathered Divine Dynasty and became pregnant. The Queen of the North wants to give birth to the child and declare it to the public as the son of the Prince of the North. This enraged the Northern Prince. At that time, he had already entered the Heaven and Earth Bank, exchanged 100 beauties for the 9 slashes of the azure sky, and had been cultivating for more than 10 years. No one knew that the usually refined and gentle Prince of the North could be so terrifying when he got angry. No one knew just how terrifying the Northern Prince's cultivation level was. At that time, the Prince of the Northern Border had already broken through to the extraordinary level and was able to defeat the Princess of the Northern Border. In a fit of rage, the Prince of the Northern Border slapped the Princess of the Northern Border to the ground. With a burst of true energy, he killed the child in her womb and said coldly, "Even if you let 10,000 men ride you, or 100,000 men ride you, that's your business. I won't interfere. But if you dare to get pregnant and give birth to the child, I dare to kill this bastard. If you continue to get pregnant, I will continue to kill. I want to see how many people can die in your belly," the Northern Prince said coldly. That night, the Prince of the Northern Border defied the prohibition and went out without permission. Alone with his sword, he slaughtered all of the more than 1,000 members of that noble family. That was the bloodiest night of the Northern Prince's life. That was also when he was at his most brutal. That same night, the restrictions on the Northern Prince were lifted, and he was free to move about. No one sympathized with the Queen of the North. Even though her unborn child was killed, and she cried and begged her invincible father for help, he was powerless to do anything about it. The birth of this child would be a scandal for the Feathered Divine Dynasty, and the Emperor Emeritus would not allow it, especially since the Prince of the Northern Border disregarded the ban and went out to kill people. After the killing, he did not utter a word of reprimand, but instead lifted the ban. The retired emperor has already expressed his opinion. So the Northern Queen's pleas were useless, and she went back to recuperate alone. After that, the Northern Prince's strength was exposed, and he no longer stayed in the capital of the Feathered Divine Dynasty. He traveled the world until he was 3,000 years old, when he was assigned to guard the Northern Border and came here. They stayed there for 7,000 years. The Prince of the Northern Border looked at Xiandao and briefly introduced his past. Xiandao looked at the Prince of the Northern Border and sighed. "Why bother? You're torturing each other." The Prince of the Northern Border shook his head and said, "I've come to terms with it now. I don't want to see her anymore. As long as I don't see her, I'm in a good mood. I love life, stay optimistic, and my cultivation will improve a lot. Xiaobai asked curiously, just how powerful is your cultivation level now? The Prince of the Northern Border said, 10th level of the Transcendent Realm. Xiaobai was taken aback and asked in surprise, back when you killed 1,000 people in one night in the capital, you were already at the Transcendent Realm, weren't you? The Prince of the Northern Border nodded and said, back then, I was at the 3rd level of the Extraordinary Realm. So in nearly 10,000 years, you've only made this little progress? Xiaobai asked in surprise. You can't say that. When I was 180 years old, I had already reached the 10th level of the Transcendent Realm, the Prince of the Northern Border said, shaking his head. Xiaobai was stunned. What was going on? So there was no improvement after that? Xiaobai asked in confusion. Even the human immortal has broken through to the level of an ancestor, Xiaobai said. When I was 200 years old, I obtained a secret manual. The cultivation method recorded in this manual was very suitable for me. For the past 10,000 years, I have been practicing this cultivation method, so my current cultivation level is the same as when I was 200 years old, the Prince of the Northern Border explained. When he faced Xiaobai, he revealed his secret without any hesitation. 9 slashes of the azure sky is not the Northern Prince's biggest trump card. The mysterious martial arts technique is. No wonder the Northern Prince so readily returned the 9 slashes of the azure sky to Xiandao. Now that I've finished telling my story, tell me about what's happening to you, and about what's happening to others, the Northern Prince asked curiously. Be prepared when you listen, Xiaobai kindly reminded him. I've heard many rumors, all sorts of turmoil, and I'm mentally prepared. Tell me everything, I can handle it, the Northern Prince said firmly after a moment of silence. If your current mental resilience is 100, then increase it to 1,000 so that you can persevere, Xiaobai said hesitantly. Is it that terrifying? The Prince of the Northern Border was so frightened that his chopsticks trembled. Be prepared. Xiaobai felt a bit like putting countless green hats on his head. Tell me, I've expanded it, the Northern Prince said in a deep voice, taking a deep breath. Xiaobai nodded and began to recount the shocking events. Chapter 169 Green is so pure. It's love that has tainted it. Part 2. Xiaobai looked at the Prince of the Northern Border and began to speak silently. While she was speaking, the Prince of the Northern Border did not interrupt, but quietly listened as an audience member. The lights in the mountaintop pavilion swayed gently in the breeze at night, casting a long shadow of the Northern Prince. The story is long. The story is quite convoluted. The Prince of the North listened, his fists clenched, his face expressionless, like a wooden statue. Upon hearing about his father and that past, the Prince of the Northern Border tightly closed his eyes. Upon hearing that the Emperor Emeritus had merely toyed with him for a while before discarding him, the Prince of the Northern Border opened his eyes, a sharp glint in them. Now everything makes sense. Why did his father, the Emperor, imprison him for 30 years? Why would someone coldly reject him and willingly degenerate? The real culprit was his own father, the Emperor. Incestuous relationship. This behavior is utterly shameless. The Prince of the Northern Border is a scholar, and he is filled with mixed emotions at this moment. No wonder Xiaobai told him to be mentally prepared. Even with those preparations, he was still caught off guard. Xiaobai heard about what happened afterward, and he could accept it. But, to his utter surprise, Ran had single-handedly wiped out the entire feathered divine dynasty. This. The Prince of the North sat there blankly, not uttering a word. After Xiaobai finished speaking, she felt a little sorry for him. After thinking for a moment, she took out a green handkerchief from her body and handed it to the Prince of the Northern Border. The Prince of the Northern Border was both amused and exasperated when he saw the green handkerchief. Xiaobai said, "Green is the healthiest and most sunny color. It is love that has tainted it and brought it countless stigmas." The Prince of the North was moved by this novel idea, and wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye with a handkerchief. These are tears of grief and indignation. Thank you for telling me all this today. I'm in a bit of a bad mood, so I won't entertain you any longer. The prince of the northern border took the initiative to end the conversation. Xiaobai nodded and said, "Then I'm leaving. Be strong on your own." The prince of the northern border waved his hand, watching Xiaobai leave, and stood silently on the pavilion. The thought of what others had gone through, and of what he had gone through himself, filled him with an endless murderous intent. "Father, why did you do this? Aren't you forcing your son to kill you?" The prince of the northern border sighed silently, his hands behind his back. A solitary figure stretches far into the distance. Inside the heaven and earth bank, Xiandao was facing his third powerful opponent, an elderly Taoist. He was emaciated, with a haggard face and gray hair, looking like a dying man, and was dressed in a Taoist robe. "What is your name, Taoist master?" Xiandao asked, looking at the tombstone as well. However, the tombstone didn't have much inscription. There were only a few words on it. "The tomb of the Taoist priest. I don't remember my old name. I've spent my life studying the Tao, so just call me Taoist." Taoist thought for a moment and said. Xiandao searched his memory and confirmed that there was no such Taoist information. Perhaps he forgot his own name, which is why Xiandao couldn't find him. But that's all right. On his way here, Xiandao reviewed the 9 slashes of the azure sky and memorized it. He needs to discuss the Tao to slowly understand and digest it. "What can the Taoist teach me?" Xiandao asked inquiringly. "Martial arts, the great Tao, and immortality," the Taoist said after thinking for a moment. Xiandao really wanted to complain. "You're already dead, with only a remnant soul left. How can you teach me to achieve immortality?" The Taoist seemed to see through Xiandao's thoughts and said, "Don't think that just because I'm dead, I can't teach you how to achieve immortality. I wouldn't dare. How could I have such thoughts? I'm willing to listen to your teachings," Xiandao quickly explained, knowing that if he angered the Taoist would have to replace him. "Do you know how long I've lived?" the Taoist asked Xiandao shook his head. He didn't know. "I don't even know how long I've lived. When I first opened my eyes, there were still 10 suns and 10 moons in the sky." The Taoist priest reminisced about the past. Xiandao frowned. 10 days and 10 months. That was an extremely ancient mythological era. Most of the stories passed down from that era were regarded as myths. "What do you mean by 10 suns in the sky, 10 moons at night?" The legends about the Tengu clan swallowing the moon and the barbarian powerhouse shooting down the sun seem like myths to people today. That era is therefore known as the mythological age. The Taoist priest said that he first opened his eyes in the mythical era. If that's true, then he has truly lived for an incredibly long time. Xiandao believed the Taoist priest. This old Taoist priest might have really lived too long, and he must have a lot to teach Xiandao. "Taoist, I just read a book called 9 Slashes of the Azure Sky. Can you help me quickly comprehend and master it?" Xiandao asked. "No problem, go ahead." The Taoist waved his hand, signaling Xiandao to attack. Clang. Without hesitation, Xiandao drew his sword and slashed upwards. 9 slashes of the azure sky erupted, a dazzling sword aura covering the sun in the sky, about 10 meters long, and slashed down fiercely. The Taoist priest, seeing this, said, "I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours and then beat you." Bang! Xiandao witnessed the Taoist's body swell up, his withered flesh instantly bursting forth, his hair turning black, and he transformed into a muscular middle-aged man who delivered a powerful punch directly to Xiandao's 9 slashes of the azure sky. Click! Xiandao's 9 slashes of the azure sky shattered instantly, but his expression remained unchanged. He casually unleashed a second sword strike, stepping forward without hesitation and delivering a powerful blow. Surrounded by sword energy, Xiandao's expression was cold. Broken. The Taoist priest didn't use any fancy tricks. He just threw a punch. Click. The second sword of 9 slashes of the azure sky was also shattered, but neither Xiandao nor the Taoist changed color. Li Xiandao continued his attack, while the old Taoist continued his defense. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch. Li Xiandao unleashed a sword strike, and the old Taoist shattered it with each strike, until Li Xiandao had completely cleaved through the 9 slashes of the azure sky. All 9 swords shattered, and Li Xiandao stood still, not continuing to draw his sword. The Taoist priest calmly looked at Li Xiandao. With his eyes closed, Li Xiandao's mind flashed back to the Taoist's punch, the pervasive Taoist aura, and the powerful Taoist principles. These are all things that Li Xiandao lacks, and they are also the reason why his 9 slashes of the azure sky is not powerful. The prophet's talent lay in constantly comprehending the Taoist's verses, absorbing them little by little, just like someone eating a bowl of noodles. Eating it meant absorbing it. Li Xiandao comprehends things that quickly. Having grasped the meaning, Li Xiandao opened his eyes, drew his sword, and slashed without saying a word. The Taoist continued to swing his fist, his Taoist aura shattering Li Xiandao's 9 slashes of the azure sky. No matter how much Li Xiandao increased the power or controlled the quality, he could not escape the fate of being smashed. Click. After the 9th sword was shattered, Li Xiandao stopped once again, closed his eyes, and silently comprehended the truth. The second 9 slashes of the azure sky is twice as powerful as the first. But the Taoist's Taoist aura was still incredibly profound. He had just gained some insight from Li Xiandao, but now he had switched to something else. The Great Way is unfathomable. Chapter 170. How could there be a crown prince who's been around for 9,000 years? Part 3. On the mountain peak of the Inheritance Hall, the battle between Li Xiandao and the Taoist continued. The Taoist's Taoist aura was so profound that even with continuous comprehension, Li Xiandao could not fully comprehend it. Now Li Xiandao completely believes that the Taoist comes from the mythological era. Unlike the god of war Zhong Wudao and the god of sword, who were quickly figured out by Li Xiandao and couldn't be squeezed out of anything, he was different. When Li Xiandao unleashes 9 slashes of the azure sky, he can unleash all 9 swords in an instant. It is less flashy and more solid. All 9 swords are aimed at the same point, so no matter how strong your defense is, you cannot withstand the 9 swords. However, even if Li Xiandao comprehended the Taoist to this extent, he was still no match for him. Li Xiandao's 9 slashes of the azure sky could be unleashed in an instant, but it was also shattered by the Taoist in that same instant. After the burly Taoist priest shattered the sword technique that Li Xiandao had been comprehending, he dissipated his power and transformed back into the withered and aged old man. The Taoist essence of that punch just now is enough for you to comprehend for 3 days. Your talent is simply terrifying. It took me 300 years to comprehend the Taoist essence, but you only need 3 days. Go back now. You must be tired today. Come again next time. The Taoist waved his hand, urging Li Xiandao to leave. Li Xiandao was somewhat unsatisfied. The Taoist's Taoist aura was very profound. Fighting with him was like a whale swimming in the ocean, unrestrained and without any scruples, absorbing everything at will. Li Xiandao didn't want to stop. If he were to continue absorbing this for 10 days and 10 nights, Li Xiandao dared to guarantee that there would be very few people who could defeat him forever. Instead of being stuck at one point, which is very uncomfortable, as we are now. But the Taoist priest looked visibly tired. Realizing that he was just a remnant soul, Li Xiandao had no choice but to leave. Goodbye, Taoist master. Li Xiandao slowly retreated. The Taoist watched Li Xiandao leave, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Li Xiandao had disappeared. Pervert! Pervert! The Taoist priest cursed. These Taoist principles took the old Taoist priest 300 years to comprehend, and you grasped them in just 30 minutes, achieving complete mastery. Is there any justice in this world? The Taoist was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If he hadn't stopped, Li Xiandao could have kept absorbing from him until he was completely drained. That's terrifying. Alas, this world ultimately belongs to these bastards. We should just lie quietly in our graves. The Taoist sighed and lay tremblingly in his grave. Li Xiandao left the inheritance hall and returned to his room. Within his body, his true energy was expanding in waves, seemingly about to break through. But Li Xiandao suppressed it, preventing it from breaking through now. I'm accumulating experience. Now is not the time for a breakthrough, Li Xiandao murmured. Li Xiandao disliked making breakthroughs only once, as if it were a major breakthrough, rather than a gradual one, which was like squeezing toothpaste. So he suppressed that feeling. Shao Qi. Li Xiandao suddenly called out. He didn't see Shao Qi and missed her. Li Xiandao was overjoyed when he kissed Shao Qi on the forehead, but he was also worried that Shao Qi would be angry. Fortunately, Shao Qi didn't turn hostile, but she was very indifferent and didn't pay much attention to Li Xiandao. After calling out to him without getting a response, Li Xiandao had no choice but to go out and find Shao Qi himself. Shao Qi's residence at Tiandi Money Exchange is located at a bend in the mountain peak, where there is a flower garden. The flower garden is very simple, with only one flower. What lovely tender shoots. Li Xiandao walked over and saw Shao Qi watering the flower. He asked, "What kind of flower is this?" "Foxtail grass," Shao Qi said casually. Li Xiandao, unperturbed by her indifferent expression, chuckled and said, "Why is there only one flower in your flower garden?" Shao Qi looked at Li Xiandao and said helplessly, "When the Heaven and Earth Bank was shut down, my flower garden was also sealed off. All the rare and precious plants I planted are gone." Li Xiandao was taken aback, not expecting this to be the case, and said, "Then I will redeem it for you." Shao Qi shook her head and said, "It's very expensive to redeem them. Even the worst of the flowers I grow could attract countless experts from all over the 9 heavens. You want to redeem them? There's nothing we can do for now." Li Xiandao, however, thought differently and asked, "What price?" "Tell me." "Divine veins, 300. Shao Qi said helplessly. "So let's just leave it there for now. Even if we had 300 divine veins, we'd still need to redeem other mountains." "My flower garden isn't important," Shao Qi explained. She didn't want Li Xiandao to work hard on this matter. Flower beds are not important. Mountain peaks are. Li Xiandao didn't speak, but changed the subject, saying, "Since we unsealed the inheritance hall before, do we have another 100 pocket watches?" Shao Qi nodded and asked, "Do you want to launch it?" "Yes, once we launch it. We also need new customers and new revenue to replenish the Heaven and Earth Bank." Li Xiandao nodded. Li Xiandao trusted Shao Qi completely, and he entrusted her with the safekeeping of his pocket watch. Aside from overseeing the overall situation, Shao Qi is involved in everything else for Li Xiandao. Shao Qi has become an indispensable helper for Li Xiandao. "Okay, I'll deploy it now." Shao Qi nodded. "Then you continue to tend the flower garden. I'll go back to my cultivation." Li Xiandao turned and left. Shao Qi waved her hand and continued staring at the flower bed. Such a big flower bed wouldn't look good if it were empty. "Let's plant some ordinary flowers first." Li Xiandao saw Shao Qi staring at the flower bed from the corner, and a thought struck him. Perhaps he could give Shao Qi a little surprise. This matter requires careful consideration. As the Heaven and Earth Bank dropped 100 blood-red pocket watches, a silent storm was stirred up in the Eternal Land. The Divine Capital. This is the capital of the Feathered God dynasty, a vast territory spanning 2 great rivers, nourishing tens of millions of people. The capital is vast, and living here is not easy. Ordinary people come and go in the capital, busy every day, barely making ends meet. Within the capital city, the number of powerful families is unimaginable. A great capital city, with hundreds of thousands of powerful families. There's a saying that the powerful families in the capital city, big and small, number a total of 100,000. The 100,000 families probably have a combined population of several million. The most powerful family in the capital is none other than the royal family. The royal family of the Feathered Divine Dynasty is the actual controller of the capital city. The current emperor is called Emperor Tianqi. Since ascending the throne, he has worked diligently and conscientiously, restrained himself, and over the past 10,000 years, He has governed the Yuhua divine dynasty in an orderly manner, ensuring the well-being of the people. This is a great achievement. However, some people are very dissatisfied. The Crown Prince's residence was shrouded in a protective barrier, preventing anyone from seeing it. He's gone mad. He's absolutely mad. I wish I could grab a sword, storm the palace, and ask this old codger if he's trying to outlive me too. A young man in a python robe roared. Is there really a prince who has reigned for 9,000 years? I'm the fourth one already. The first one died because of him, the second one was worn down and he left home, and the third one gave up on his own and became a leisurely prince. Am I, the fourth one, going to die because of him too? The Crown Prince paced back and forth, sword in hand, his three corpses raging with anger. Chapter 171 Guests Arrive, Part 4. The Crown Prince was both shocked and frightened. He had been the Crown Prince for 20 years, handling all the affairs of state. Emperor Tianqi was high above and seemingly indifferent to state affairs, but even a sneeze from him was more effective than the Crown Prince shouting himself hoarse. From a prince at the beginning, to the eldest prince, and now to the Crown Prince, he felt like he was going to go from a poor daughter-in-law to a mother-in-law, but reality ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Emperor Tianqi intends to abdicate when he is 15,000 years old. Fuck your mother. 15,000 years old. Upon hearing this news, the Crown Prince was stunned and dumbfounded. He didn't want to go anywhere and flew into a rage when he returned home. The Tianqi Emperor is only a little over 10,000 years old, and there are still about 5,000 years to go. 5,000 years. He's not going to live. The prince drew his sword and slashed wildly at the air, venting his anger. He had been blinded by rage. There were also a dozen or so of his die-hard supporters in the room, who had staked their entire fortunes on the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince lost, they would lose too. So they were just as anxious. Your Highness, you must not be hasty at this time, an old man said in a deep voice. I'm not in a hurry. Do I look like I'm in a hurry? The prince said fiercely, holding his sword. Right now, all I want to do is give this old bastard a good whack with my sword, the prince said through gritted teeth. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. The old ancestor raised his voice. The Crown Prince sighed deeply, stopped his madness, and calmed down. Your Highness, the truth of this matter has not yet been confirmed. Even if it is true, what can we do besides accept it? The old man advised kindly. The prince said in a low voice, I am not reconciled. If this is true, we will have to wait another 5,000 years. I don't think so. To be the Crown Prince for 5,000 years would truly be unprecedented in history, the old man said, shaking his head. Sir, what can you teach me? The prince asked anxiously. Endure, only endure. The power you have now is completely insufficient to challenge His Majesty's power. If you anger His Majesty, it's not impossible to change the Crown Prince, the old man said. Am I not patient enough? The Crown Prince said, pointing to himself, feeling frustrated. Your Highness, those people you arrested recently, some have already been killed. Don't keep them alive any longer. They are all a menace, the old man said solemnly. Others objected, saying, the people the Crown Prince arrested were all those who had offended him. What's wrong with imprisoning them? The Crown Prince also frowned as he looked at the old man. You know how many of them offended the Crown Prince and how many were framed by your sycophancy. Your Highness, since you've made your decision, don't keep them around. They'll only cause trouble sooner or later, the old man said in a deep voice. The Crown Prince nodded and said, Sir is right. In that case, kill them all. A soldier stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and asked, Kill them all? The Crown Prince said nonchalantly, Of course, I'll kill them all. There are some real enemies among them. The Crown Prince said he wants to torture them properly, the warrior said in a deep voice. Kill them all, especially the one who cuckolded me. Kill him first. I don't want to see them again, the Crown Prince said angrily, pointing his finger. Yes, sir. The soldier clasped his hands in a fist salute, stood up, and walked outside. Your Highness the Crown Prince is decisive. I admire you, the old man who made the suggestion flattered. You flatter me, sir. His Highness the Crown Prince laughed heartily, becoming quite pleased with himself. His only minor problem lies with these prisoners. If he kills them all, there will be no problem. Unless he voluntarily resigns from his position as Crown Prince, Emperor Qianqi will not touch him. After all, the Qianqi Emperor didn't take action against the previous Crown Princes because they themselves didn't want to be Crown Princes anymore. The capital city, the prison. This is a mustard seed space located deep underground in the capital city. It has been continuously expanding and has quickly become filled with all sorts of sinners. The Crown Prince shoved the most people in, many of them innocent. Every time someone opened the dungeon door, someone would cry out in grief. The Crown Prince dealt with those who had grudges against him. Instead of confronting the enemy directly, they would keep the matter in mind and, upon returning home, immediately send people to arrest them, fabricate charges, and frame the enemy. No one without immense power can defeat the Crown Prince. As a result, over the years, the dungeon has accumulated tens of thousands of criminals, all of whom were arrested by the Crown Prince's men. This matter has not yet escalated into a disaster, but the far-sighted elders have seen the risks behind it. He then asked the Crown Prince to handle this trouble. Deep within the dungeon, a special man is imprisoned. He was hung up and beaten every day. Only when he got used to it would he be let down. He had been imprisoned here for more than a year and was beaten beyond recognition. Gradually, even the dungeon guards stopped wanting to do it, not because they couldn't bear to, but because they found it disgusting. The man barely escaped with his life and hid in a corner, barely managing to recover his strength. I wonder how my father and wife are. The man huddled together, thinking silently. My child was born almost 10 years ago, and I still don't know if it's a boy or a girl, the man said with a nostalgic look in his eyes. He is Tion Hen. He fought for 10 years and was not killed. Instead, he was captured by the Crown Prince's men and imprisoned in this cold dungeon, where he was beaten every day to vent his anger for the Crown Prince. It's a pity that I was just a little bit away from comprehending the Tao heart transformation into demon, completely breaking through to the human immortal realm, and taking control of my own destiny, instead of being like this now, with my cultivation sealed, being beaten and left to die in silence. Tion Hen was very regretful. He had fought for 10 years, and his cultivation had become higher and higher. If the feathered divine dynasty hadn't intervened, he would already be a human immortal. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed. Splash. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers rushed into the dungeon and dragged out all those whom the prince had captured, one by one. Anyone who offends the Crown Prince should be killed. There's also a cripple in there. Drag him out and kill him too, a soldier roared. Tion Hen was shocked. He was going to die. The Crown Prince wanted to kill him, and he tried to resist and struggled desperately, but to no avail. Bite. Just then, a blood-red pocket watch appeared in the dungeon. He appeared before Tion Hen, making him stare intently. For some inexplicable reason, he saw countless strange phenomena. At the end of these complex phenomena, there was a huge palace. In front of the palace were a man and a woman. The man was mysterious, and the woman was stunningly beautiful. Where is this? Tion Hen was shocked. He had never seen anything so bizarre. Crush the pocket watch, enter the Heaven and Earth Bank, and exchange it for anything you want. A thought surfaced in his mind. Seeing the footsteps of soldiers approaching from afar, Tion Hen didn't have time to think and immediately crushed his pocket watch. Click. Whether it's a god or a demon, save me just this once, Tion Hen hoped in his heart. Boom. His body disappeared, and when the soldiers came over and saw the empty room, they were horrified. Where are they? What the hell? What to do? Pretend you didn't see it, they've already been killed by us. The soldiers looked at each other, then unanimously agreed. Chapter 172, A Lifespan of 10,000 Years. Part 5. At the Heaven and Earth Money Shop, Xiandao went to see the Taoist for the second time. Another 30-minute sparring session ensued, and Xiandao still failed to defeat the Taoist. His 9 slashes of the azure sky was no match for the Taoist, yet Xiandao remained unsatisfied. The Taoist priest was once again thoroughly familiarized by his touch. As the Taoist watched Xiandao leave, he sighed helplessly. At Xiandao's current learning speed, he didn't know how many more times he could keep up. "We have guests." Xiao Qi's voice came to Xiandao's ears. Xiandao nodded and said, "Change your clothes and get ready to greet the guests." Strictly speaking, this is the first guest to enter the Eternal Land, and Xiandao hopes to make a good start. He decided that he would become a shrewd businessman. He had to extort a lot of things from her to replenish himself so that he could give Xiaoqi a surprise. In the trading hall of the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiandao changed into a long unseen white robe and wore a dark gold mask, making him appear aloof and mysterious. Xiaoqi also dressed herself up to welcome the first guest of Eternal Land, and her beauty amazed even Xiandao, who was used to seeing such things. When Tianhen entered Tiandi Money Shop, he was amazed by Xiaoqi's beauty at first sight. But then he lowered his head and looked at Xiandao, no longer looking at Xiaoqi. "Where is this place?" Tianhen asked curiously. "Heaven and Earth Bank." Xiandao said calmly. "What kind of power is the Heaven and Earth Bank? I was just in the dungeon of the capital city, and now I'm here. This is too amazing." Tianhen exclaimed in surprise. Xiandao said calmly, "This is the skill of the Heaven and Earth Bank. Seeing that you are badly injured and covered in wounds, what do you want to trade?" "Anything can be traded?" Tianhen asked. Xiandao nodded and said, "Of course, provided you are willing to pay a sufficient price." Tianhen looked at himself and asked in confusion, "I have nothing in my body right now." "You still have yourself, your soul, your cultivation, your life, and all the treasures you know, all of which can be traded," Xiandao explained. "I checked, and you still have 18,000 years of lifespan left, which you can use for the exchange," Xiandao added. "You want lifespan too?" Tianhen asked in surprise. "In fact, we want anything of value, such as divine veins, magical treasures, immortal artifacts, cultivation techniques, and so on," Xiandao said quietly. Tianhen looked at himself carefully and asked, "I want to exchange for abundant spiritual energy and the opportunity to comprehend the Tao." Xiandao looked at Tianhen in surprise, not expecting him to trade these things. He wants spiritual energy and the opportunity to comprehend the Tao. Is he planning to rely on his own strength to break through his current realm and solve his current predicament? Xiandao asked, "What is your name?" "Tianhen." Tianhen stood weakly, but his voice was firm and resolute. Xiandao raised his head and stared at Tianhen, thinking to himself, "What a coincidence." Tianhen, Tianyun's son and Tianya's father, was the one who single-handedly held off the One family's main force for 10 years to save his wife and children, fighting bloody battles on all sides before disappearing. Unexpectedly, he reappeared here. "What's wrong?" Tianhen looked at himself in confusion, not understanding what was wrong. "It's nothing. I just wanted to give you some information before the transaction. It's a paid service. Do you want to hear it?" Xiandao said with a smirk. Tianhen was taken aback and asked, "What news? How much will it cost?" "Regarding information about your offspring, if you're going to charge a fee, then it'll be 10 years of your lifespan," Xiandao said after thinking for a moment. "Okay, I'll listen." Tianhen agreed without hesitation as soon as he heard that it was a descendant he knew. Xiandao nodded and said, "You have a daughter who is very beautiful, very cute, and very strong." Tianhen's face lit up with joy, his withered hands trembling as he excitedly exclaimed, "I have a daughter?" "Yes, a little fairy," Xiandao praised. He had a very good impression of Tianya. "How did you know?" Tianhen asked, still somewhat doubtful despite his excitement. "Before you. One of the customers at the Heaven and Earth Money Shop is your daughter," Xiandao said truthfully. Tianhen's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, "My daughter is here?" She's only 10 years old. Why is she here? What did she exchange? What is her current condition? Li Xiandao looked at the excited Tianhen and said, "Sit down first, let's talk slowly." Tianhen stopped his excited body and obediently sat down in front of Li Xiandao. "I know all this information. If you want to know, I'll tell you if you live 100 years. Li Xiandao raised a finger, revealing his true colors as a cunning businessman. Tianhen replied without hesitation, "I agree." Li Xiandao smiled slightly and began to tell Tianhen about the poisoning of Tianya, Tianyun, and his wife. After hearing this, Tianhen said angrily, "The One family, the damned One family." Li Xiandao looked at Tianhen and said, "Are you still going to exchange what you just mentioned? What would it take to exchange the two things I just mentioned?" Tianhen asked. Li Xiandao held up one finger and said, 1,000-year lifespan. Tianhen frowned, thought carefully for a moment, and said, "I will add 3,890 years of my lifespan, combining it to 5,000 years, in exchange for what I just said. Then please take action and destroy the One family." The question I just asked was about a lifespan of 110 years, plus 1,000 years, plus 3,890 years, totaling 5,000 years. "Why don't you take action yourself?" Li Xiandao asked, puzzled. If Tianhen were given the first two items, he would definitely be able to break through to the human immortal realm. In that case, dealing with the One family would be a piece of cake. Tianhen shook his head and said, "My body is too weak right now. Even if I break through to the human immortal realm, I will still need to recuperate properly. The One family is far away, and I am trapped in the divine capital dungeon. They are too far away to help me." Li Xiandao nodded and continued listening. "If I'm willing to wait, I can destroy the One family in a year or two, but I can't wait that long. The One family will go crazy after Wan Ming is gone. My daughter is still very weak, my father is seriously injured, and my wife is poisoned and has no resistance. So I must destroy the Wan family," Tianhen said through gritted teeth, still speaking clearly. Li Xiandao thought carefully and said, "I can help, but my lifespan will double to 10,000 years." Tianhen's pupils contracted as he looked at Li Xiandao's dark gold mask, which was icy cold. He could only nod and say, "If it's 10,000 years, besides destroying the Wan family, you must also protect my wife, daughter and father." Li Xiandao snapped his fingers and said, "Shao Qi, prepare the contract for him to sign." Shao Qi immediately took out a contract and handed it to Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao pushed the contract towards Tianhen. "Sign it." Li Xiandao placed a pen in front of Tianhen and said softly. Without hesitation, Tianhen wrote down his name. Li Xiandao stood up, walked behind Tianhen, and said quietly, "Relax, it's only 10,000 years. You still have 8,000 years left. Once you break through to the human immortal realm, your lifespan will increase slightly. Living too long is all the same," Li Xiandao said slowly, beginning to draw lifespan from Tianhen. Chapter 173 I looked for you in the morning, and he in the afternoon. Part 6. Li Xiandao slowly drew away Tianhen's lifespan. He can't smoke too fast. Tianhen was already severely injured and his cultivation was sealed. If Li Xiandao attacked too quickly, he might die suddenly. Li Xiandao would then become the murderer of the guest, violating the rules of the Heaven and Earth Bank, and would be punished. Li Xiandao carefully and slowly drained Li Xiandao's lifespan little by little, maintaining complete concentration. The changes in Tianhen were visible to the naked eye. He changed slowly, his hair became a mixture of black and white, and his face changed from young and handsome to weathered and old. Tianhen met and fell in love with Miss Wan when he was 17. By the time he was discovered at the age of 20, his cultivation level had already reached the 18th level of Hengsha. At 20 years old, Hengsha 18th level is considered a genius even in the Eternal Land. More importantly, Tianhen has no resources and relies solely on himself. Over the next 10 years, Tianhen fought with increasing ferocity, breaking through the Hengsha realm one after another and entering the realm of extraordinary cultivation. From the first level of the extraordinary realm to the 10th level of the extraordinary realm, Tianhen is just one step away from entering the realm of human immortals. However, this step was interrupted by the crown prince of the feathered divine dynasty. He was captured and taken back to the dungeon, where he was whipped every day, causing Tianhen great suffering. If he dressed up properly, he would definitely look youthful, handsome, and full of vigor. But now, his hair is gray and his face looks like that of a 40-year-old. After having 10,000 years of lifespan taken away, Tianhen's vitality was greatly damaged. Fortunately, Xiandao's methods were very gentle, and Tianhen was not seriously injured. You are only 30 years old, at the peak of your life, which is why you have a lifespan of 18,000 years. Now I am taking away 10,000 years from you. Although you will become old, my methods are superb and have not damaged your foundation. Xiandao reached out and asked Shao Qi to bring a jade box, and put the 10,000 years of lifespan into it. Tianhen knew that his foundation was not damaged, otherwise he would not be so relaxed now. He said gratefully, "Thank you. No need. Next, you can enter the Universal Library, which contains a vast collection of books. It will surely give you a profound understanding. The spiritual energy in the Heaven and Earth Bank is abundant, so you can break through with peace of mind. After you break through, leave the Heaven and Earth Bank." Xiandao wiped his hands with a jade silk handkerchief, looked at the weak Tianhen sitting in the chair, and said calmly, "Okay." That was all Tianhen said. "Shao Qi, take him to the Universal Library. I have some things to take care of," Xiandao instructed. Shao Qi nodded, led Tianhen away, and disappeared. After Shao Qi left, Xiandao held the jade box, looking at the 10,000 years of lifespan inside, his eyes flickering. Pocket watch. Find me a guest who possesses a large number of divine veins to exchange for lifespan. Xiandao bypassed Shao Qi and privately gave a pocket watch the order. The requirements were very high, as finding such a special guest was not easy. Xiandao wasn't in a hurry. He was sure he could find it. Divine veins were very precious in the Greatly Land and the Eternal Land, but in the Eternal Land, it was a different story. Moreover, it is eternally connected to the other major realms, no longer a separate world. With its vast territory and large population, it is sure to have suitable guests for Xiandao. Xiandao looked at the 10,000 years of lifespan in the jade box, shook his head and said, "If I were to use it for cultivation, that would be an option, but I don't want to break through so quickly right now. I haven't finished absorbing the Taoist's essence yet." Xiandao accepted Tianhen's commission to destroy the One family. He first sensed Tianya. Tianya has not been discovered yet and is living a good life, so Xiandao is temporarily relieved. He kept the 10,000 years of lifespan to himself, not giving it to Shao Qi, and then informed the pocket watch, "When you find a guest, notify only me, and don't tell anyone else." The pocket watch accepted the command and naturally acted accordingly. Xiandao was finally satisfied and arrived at the inheritance hall. Having just figured out the Taoist, Xiandao's accumulated knowledge is already quite profound. If he breaks through now, he will definitely reach a very high realm. But Xiandao was still not satisfied. He felt he could aim for even higher goals. Moreover, the Taoist was able to unleash so many great Taoist principles and techniques at the same level as him. Xiandao felt that he had not yet reached his limit. If the Taoist knew what Xiandao was thinking, he would definitely curse him out. "All the Taoist principles I possess are accumulated over countless years. At your level, the Taoist principles I know are far less than 1% of what you have now." Unfortunately, Xiandao hadn't considered this aspect. It wasn't that Xiandao couldn't think of it, but that he chose not to. After arriving in the Eternal Land, Xiandao always felt that he was very weak, very weak, very weak. In particular, his cultivation level had not reached the realm of human immortals. You should know that being a human immortal is not the ceiling of the Eternal Land. There are some old monsters above that. If Li Xiandao were to encounter those people, he would have no choice but to hide in the heaven and earth bank. Thinking about it this way, Li Xiandao felt very insecure. He felt he needed to properly cultivate the great river sword qi and 9 slashes of the azure sky, and then continue accumulating. Only try to break through when you can't accumulate any more. Because Li Xiandao has not yet fought against someone of the same level in the Eternal Land, he does not know the strength of those outside. The only person of equal level whom Li Xiandao fought was the Taoist. To this day, Li Xiandao has never won against the Taoist. This gave Li Xiandao the illusion that he was very weak. A Taoist priest, despite using great river sword qi, 9 slashes of the azure sky, and countless sword techniques from the library of all nations, could not defeat him, and could not even injure him. Am I really that weak? Li Xiandao was very anxious. He was really too weak. Little did he know that every time Li Xiandao left, the Taoist's remnant soul would become weak and curse loudly. Your sword energy almost forced me to use a part of the Taoist essence of an immortal. I'm only at the peak of the extraordinary realm. How can you be so abnormal? And so, one who genuinely felt weak and the other who genuinely felt Li Xiandao was monstrous met again amidst their mutual anxiety. The Taoist priest dug up his own grave, lifted the coffin lid, lay down inside, and quietly basked in the sun, closing his eyes contentedly. This is his only hobby, even though he is now a remnant soul. Moreover, sun exposure is beneficial for recovery. To everyone's surprise, a dark shadow blocked the way. The Taoist opened his eyes with displeasure, saw Li Xiandao, and trembled in fright, blinking his eyes. Why are you here again? The Taoist looked at Li Xiandao with a calm yet desperate expression. Calmness is the composure he has always maintained as a person of great stature. The despair was genuine, a despair that came from the bottom of my heart. Once a day is enough. It's good for you and good for me. You insist on doing it several times a day, and I've really lost all my spiritual connection with Taoism. I didn't come here to fight you. I know you're a remnant soul, and once a day is already your limit. I was looking for someone else when I saw you sunbathing, so I just said hello, Li Xiandao said. Go ahead, there's a very powerful guy up ahead. Go find him. He has more Taoist energy than I do. Go ahead, no need to say hello. The Taoist almost jumped up. Are you tired of me now and want me to go find someone else? That's great news. If Li Xiandao hadn't been in front of him, the Taoist would have laughed out loud. The old Taoist priest is finally going to get rid of this tool-like role. Okay, I'll go find him. From now on, I'll come to see you in the morning and I'll go see him in the afternoon, alternating. Li Xiandao nodded and turned to leave. The Taoist priest's face stiffened. Chapter 174 Celestial Being as One. Part 7. After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Xiandao arrived at a solitary grave. The solitary grave is located on a corner of the mountain, somewhat isolated, with an old tree spreading its branches and leaves to block out the sunlight. A mountain wall, a solitary grave, an old tree. Under the setting sun, Li Xiandao came here alone. The lonely grave was surrounded by fallen leaves, which crunched underfoot. Senior, I am Li Xiandao, and I have come to pay my respects. Li Xiandao said. What brings you here, new owner of Tiendi Money House? A calm voice rang out. Li Xiandao saw a scholar appear under the old tree, holding a scroll, wearing a blue robe, his hair tied with a ribbon, with a handsome face, and exuding the air of a scholar. How should I address you, senior? Li Xiandao greeted him and asked. Zhong Baixing is just an unknown scholar, Zhong Baixing said calmly, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. Li Xiandao tried to recall the name, but there was no such person in his mind. I wonder if they really live in anonymity and remain unknown, or if they have another name. Senior, I've come to learn from you, Li Xiandao said truthfully. Want some advice? Zhong Baixing frowned. Yes, I wish to break through to the human immortal realm. Li Xiandao nodded. You can do it now, Zhong Baixing said, staring at Li Xiandao. What I want to break through to is the human immortal realm, not just to enter the human immortal realm, Li Xiandao said, revealing his ambition. Zhong Baixing said in surprise, the 10 levels of the human immortal realm are all very different. You actually want to cross them all at once. You have a lot of ambition. That's why I've come to seek your guidance, Senior, Li Xiandao said truthfully. All right, you make the move, and I'll teach you a thing or two. Zhong Baixing nodded. I was fortunate enough to retain a wisp of my soul thanks to the Heaven and Earth Bank, and I have lived in the Heaven and Earth Bank for so many years without dying. Thanks to the Heaven and Earth Bank, you are now the master of the Heaven and Earth Bank, so naturally I must thank you. Zhong Baixing raised his hand, his aura surged, and he showed his full strength. He suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Li Xiandao and went all out. 9 slashes of the azure sky. Li Xiandao's aura surged, and countless dazzling sword energies appeared out of thin air around him. He took a step forward, grabbed a sword energy, and drew his sword to kill the enemy. This strike was the ferocious blow of 9 slashes of the azure sky. Clang! Countless strange phenomena in the world converged into this one sword at this moment. 108,000 sword energies from all around also converged together, creating an incredibly terrifying and ferocious sight. This single sword strike also contains all the sword moves of the 9 slashes of the azure sky. 1 sword, 9 slashes. This was a technique Li Xiandao learned from the Taoist priest. It was incredibly terrifying, and even the Taoist priest was finding it difficult to cope with this attack. I wonder how Zhong Baixing is doing. Li Xiandao was very much looking forward to it. Zhong Baixing's pupils contracted slightly as he watched Li Xiandao's attack. With his level of cultivation and his vision, he could see things beyond the surface. Such powerful Daoist aura. Zhong Baixing exclaimed in amazement at the strength, terror, and invincibility of Li Xiandao's Daoist aura. In the realm of the extraordinary, Li Xiandao's Daoist essence is invincible. Zhong Baixing knew in his heart that he could not limit himself to the extraordinary realm, otherwise he would not be able to withstand this attack. He took a deep breath, and as the sword energy slashed down, countless lines of the world appeared in his pupils. The lines of the main road. This is not a level that can be reached by those in the extraordinary realm. In fact, even human immortals cannot reach such a realm. Those who surpass even immortals and possess extraordinary talent might be able to sense it. Like Li Xiandao, Zhong Baixing took a step forward and whispered, "In the beginning of heaven and earth, a sage was born." Boom. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura of the great Tao was born from Zhong Baixing's body. It was so terrifying that it enveloped Li Xiandao in an instant. Then, the next second, an invincible phantom descended. In the beginning of time, a sage was born into the world. This saint does not refer to a state of sainthood or spiritual cultivation, but rather to personal charisma and contributions to the world. The realm of a sage simply means that your cultivation surpasses that of over 90% of the people in the world, thus qualifying you as a sage. But that doesn't mean your character or your contribution to the world has reached that level. The ancient sages were all beings who created the world. In terms of cultivation, character, contributions to the world, and advancements in human evolution, they were unparalleled. This is what the sage looked like at the beginning of heaven and earth. As the sage descended to earth, with a loud thud, Li Xiandao's 9 slashes of the azure sky shattered. The rolling shockwave forced him back instantly, his blood surging, and he struggled to suppress it. You lost. Zhong Baixing walked up to Li Xiandao, pointed a finger at Li Xiandao's heart. Puff. A burst of true energy caused Li Xiandao's heart to explode, leaving a huge hole. Li Xiandao stared blankly at it, then reached out to cover the wound. "This hurts more than being stabbed with a sword," Li Xiandao murmured. Zhong Baixing silently stepped back. Li Xiandao reached out and wiped the wound, and it immediately healed. He looked at Zhong Baixing, his eyes resolute, and asked, "What kind of Daoist aura is this?" "Man and nature are one," Zhong Baixing said. Li Xiandao looked at Zhong Baixing with a puzzled expression. "Man and heaven and earth are two different entities. Heaven and earth are vast and boundless, with no boundaries and a long and profound Taoist philosophy, while the greatness of man lies in your thoughts, Zheng Baixing said slowly. Li Xiandao listened silently. If your thoughts can traverse heaven and earth, then your body can also traverse heaven and earth. When your thoughts are on the same frequency as heaven and earth, you are connected, and you become one with heaven and earth. In an instant, you can control the great Tao of heaven and earth for your own use. Zheng Baixing looked at Li Xiandao and pointed out Li Xiandao's shortcomings. You have comprehended a great deal of Taoist principles, but most of these principles are scattered and fragmented, lacking a complete great Tao or any underlying structure. It will be very difficult for you to control them, Zheng Baixing said. Li Xiandao listened silently, his eyes flashing with countless strange lights. Those were the Tao lines that Zheng Baixing had just used. If you want to become stronger and cross the threshold of the human immortal realm, you must comprehend the unity of heaven and man, Zheng Baixing said emphatically. When you comprehend the unity of heaven and man, you will be qualified to break through to the human immortal realm, Zheng Baixing concluded. Li Xiandao continued his actions, silently asking, "Is he merely qualified?" "Of course. What else do you want?" Zheng Baixing nodded and guessed. "For now, you should continue to comprehend the unity of heaven and man. It took me 1,000 years to comprehend it, and I estimate it will take you 100 years. Li Xiandao's eyes turned strange, and he said, "Actually, it doesn't need to take that long." "What?" Zheng Baixing looked at Li Xiandao in surprise. "I said, it doesn't need to take that long." Li Xiandao's expression turned serious, and sword energy reappeared around him, just like in the earlier stages. The next second, Li Xiandao reached out and clenched his fist in the air. The sword of the great Tao. With a loud boom, the entire Lonely Mountain was brought into the range of Li Xiandao's great Tao sword. This sword strike was countless times more terrifying than the one Li Xiandao had just unleashed. Chapter 175 Heavenly Mark Breakthrough. Part 8. Li Xiandao's sword strike stunned Zheng Baixing. Heaven and man are one. Is that all? He used it for 1,000 years. How long did it take Li Xiandao? In total, did the two of them spend more than 10 minutes together? You've grasped it already? At this moment, even Zheng Baixing, a scholar well-versed in classical Chinese literature, felt envious. For some reason, I feel like eating lemons. Boom. The next second, Li Xiandao's sword collapsed on its own. He couldn't maintain it for long, only a few seconds. Can I say I've grasped the basics? Li Xiandao asked. Zheng Baixing opened his mouth and looked at Li Xiandao, like a poor student looking at a top student. A struggling student might spend a year diligently digesting knowledge, while a top student might only need 10 days or so. Li Xiandao is now a top student. You've grasped it just like that? Zheng Baixing asked, somewhat incredulous. No, I memorized the entire process of your move just now, with its Taoist aura spreading out without any concealment. I kept rehearsing it in my mind, and with my own profound knowledge, I naturally grasped it in one leap, Li Xiandao said truthfully. It was due to the prophet's talent, as well as the profound Taoist wisdom that Li Xiandao had accumulated beforehand. Zheng Baixing also deserves credit. Without his undisguised efforts, Li Xiandao might not have been able to see it clearly. Zheng Baixing opened his mouth, and at this moment he finally understood the Taoist's helplessness. This freak learns things too fast. Is he making no attempt to hide it? He hadn't thought of that. Nobody would have expected you to understand it after just one look. Zheng Baixing had 1,000 words in his heart, but they all boiled down to one sentence. Not bad, keep up the good work. Even in shock, maintain a composed demeanor. Even in private, Zheng Baixing wanted to hug the Taoist priest and cry together. But on the surface, one should still downplay it, remain nonchalant, and imply that I've seen this kind of trivial matter many times before. Then let's continue, Li Xiandao said excitedly. As expected, Zheng Baixing was capable. He had grasped the concept of unity of heaven and man in less than 10 minutes. If they continued to spend time together and fight, he could break through quickly. Li Xiandao's idea was shattered in the next second. Zhong Baixing said indifferently, "I'm tired. Today I'm teaching you the unity of heaven and man. You should comprehend it carefully. You've only just grasped it and can't even persist for long. You want to learn something else." Li Xiandao nodded and said, "You're right. I'll go back and fully master the unity of heaven and man, and then come back to find you." Li Xiandao turned and left, intending to spend several hours mastering this unity of heaven and man. Seeing Li Xiandao leave, Zhong Baixing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally gone. You just arrived and you've already started to use my unity of heaven and man technique. If you keep going like this, won't you figure me out? Now that you've gone back and mastered the unity of heaven and man, it won't be more than 100 years. Zhong Baixing thought of how quickly Li Xiandao had grasped the unity of heaven and man, and silently changed the time. "Don't even think about coming to me in less than 10 years, Zhong Baixing said. If the Taoist priest were here, he would surely laugh at Zhong Baixing for being naive and lacking in knowledge. "You know nothing about Li Xiandao." Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Li Xiandao had just returned and was preparing to go into seclusion for a few hours when he saw countless spiritual energies gathering in the Universal Library, surging in and sweeping through every place, forming a funnel. Below the enormous funnel lies the Skymark. He absorbed knowledge voraciously, accepting everything he came to enrich himself. During this period, his emaciated body gradually became fuller, his wounds healed, and his breathing became deep. Boom! Within his body, a tremendous energy surged forth, breaking through the barrier that had been restricting him. Rumble! With this, Tianhen's strength was fully restored, and he began to strive for an even higher realm. Breakthrough! Tianhen roared, and under the impact of spiritual energy, his aura rose higher and higher, becoming incredibly huge, and he broke through the ancient barrier in an instant. Immortal! Seeing this scene in the trading hall, Li Xiandao's eyes flickered. Looking at his imposing aura, he muttered, "Too weak. This person's aura is so powerful, I could kill him with a single casual sword strike. It must be because Tianhen has been beaten up all the time, so his aura is very weak. Otherwise, this immortal would be too weak, right? Although he is only in the first level of heaven. Li Xiandao has absolutely no idea about his own strength now. He doesn't know if he is powerful or if others are too weak." Boom! After Tianhen broke through, he flew directly out of the Universal Library and came to Li Xiandao. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, sir. I have now broken through to the human immortal realm and my injuries have healed. It is time for me to leave. Go ahead, I will keep my promise. Your daughter, your wife, and your father will all be safe and sound," Li Xiandao said calmly. "All right, I believe you, sir." Tianhen clasped his hands in a fist salute, turned around, and left the Heaven and Earth Bank. Li Xiandao watched him leave, then returned to his room and began his seclusion. Just then, several more booming sounds came from the Heaven and Earth money shop. Li Xiandao opened his eyes, glanced around, and said with satisfaction, "You people are starting to catch up too. As your master, I can no longer remain at this level." All the peerless geniuses under Li Xiandao's command have successively broken through and are progressing towards becoming human immortals. Li Xiandao himself took long, deep breaths, absorbing the energy of the great Tao. Shengjing. In the dungeon, Tianhen appeared in his cell without making a sound. He looked around and saw that the once crowded dungeon was now empty. All those who had offended the Crown Prince had been arrested. The Crown Prince is too ruthless. This will kill at least tens of thousands of people. Tianhen's face turned red with anger, and he really wanted to twist the Crown Prince's head off. But Tianhen knew he couldn't do it. Let alone being invincible after breaking through to the human immortal realm, in this divine capital, the human immortal is really nothing special. In this vast capital city, a first-level human immortal is merely someone who has just stepped into the top tier. If you act recklessly, you won't even know how you died. Several immortals were also stationed in the Crown Prince's residence, so Tianhen could not act rashly. Suddenly, The voices of the yamen runners could be heard coming from the dungeon. "Let's leave here first." Tianhen immediately took action, killing 2 people as they passed by, destroying the evidence, then changing his clothes and carefully leaving. This is the dungeon of the capital city, which is guarded by a celestial being. Although he rarely shows himself, if Tianhen makes a big commotion, it will still alert the celestial being. He carefully left the dungeon and, using his immense power, hypnotized many of the soldiers who saw him, making them forget him. And so, Tianhen quickly left and disappeared into the capital city. The crown prince still thought he was dead and didn't take Tianhen seriously at all. At this moment, the crown prince is meeting with the Wan family. The Wan family patriarch, Wen Yunmei, and the eldest son of the Wan family, Wen Ling. "Didn't I say that our engagement is dissolved, and the Wan family has nothing to do with me anymore? What are you doing here?" The crown prince said with extreme indifference and dissatisfaction. "Your Highness, we have discovered the mysterious maiden's constitution. It is my granddaughter," Wen Yunmei reported respectfully. The prince's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Father-in-law, what did you just say?" Chapter 176 Warm Clouds. Part 1. There are countless physical constitutions in the world, the majority of which are male. While there are some female constitutions, they are relatively few compared to male constitutions. However, there were few women, and their quality was generally high. According to ancient tradition, the Xiandao constitution is the best among women's constitutions. Xiandao is an invincible fairy in the celestial realm. Because she attained enlightenment in the 9 heavens, she is called the 9 heavens Xiandao. The mysterious woman's constitution allows one to see through all illusions and grasp the essence of problems. When comprehending the Great Tao, the mysterious woman's constitution can peel away layers of mist to see the most essential Great Tao of the world. More importantly, the Xiandao constitution is a treasure trove. Countless ages ago, there was a demonic lord who kept a woman with the physique of a mystic maiden, providing her with the best food and drink, and even going so far as to oppose the immortal realm and wage war against the heavens for the sake of this woman's physique. The Xiandao, whom he kept in captivity, possessed the physique to discern the Great Tao at any time, comprehend it, and store it away. After the demon lord and the Xiandao consummated their marriage and their souls merged, the demon lord absorbed these great Taos, which was equivalent to someone having already prepared the meal for him. All he had to do was pick it up and eat it. It eliminates the need for a series of steps before meals, such as cooking, buying groceries, preparing vegetables, cooking rice, and cooking dishes. How could the crown prince not be agitated? Mysterious woman physique. He originally couldn't be bothered with the Wan family, as they tarnished his reputation. If he hadn't become the crown prince and couldn't be too ruthless, he would have destroyed the Wan family long ago. But now he found the Wan family father and son extremely pleasing to the eye, and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, sit down and let's talk slowly." Wan Yunmei, the head of the Wan family, was cautious and only sat on half of her bottom, saying, "Thank you for the seat, Your Highness." Wen Ling stood behind her father, watching silently without uttering a word. "Father-in-law, where is the Xiandao physique you mentioned earlier?" The crown prince looked at Wen Yunmei expectantly. I couldn't find it," Wen Yunmei said with shame. The crown prince's face turned cold, and his tone became more forceful as he said, "Head of the Wan family, are you playing me for a fool?" Wen Yunmei immediately replied, "I dare not, Your Highness, you are wise. I have seen the baby girl my daughter gave birth to once and spent a few days with her. I originally intended to kill this illegitimate daughter, but I discovered that this child actually has the constitution of a mystic maiden, and I couldn't bear to kill her. However, I did not expect my daughter to return and rescue her." The crown prince frowned, feeling very unhappy about the topic. His fiancée, the crown princess, had actually had an affair and even had a child with someone else. Wasn't this putting a green hat on him? This is absolutely outrageous. The crown prince coldly asked, "Are you sure this girl is the body of the mysterious maiden?" "I'm sure, 100% sure," Wen Yunmei said firmly. "Very well, the daughter must pay for the mother's debts." Her mother betrayed me and had an affair with an outsider. Your Wen family has committed heinous crimes, but I, the Crown Prince, am kind-hearted and willing to give you a chance to make amends, the Crown Prince said expressionlessly. Since this girl possesses the body of a mystic maiden, then your Wen family should marry her to me. I will no longer call you father-in-law, but you will still be relatives of the royal family, the Crown Prince said. But this girl is only 10 years old, Wenling interjected. The Crown Prince glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, My youngest daughter is my favorite. Wenling was speechless, never expecting the prince's hobby to be so peculiar. If Tianhen were here, he would definitely draw his sword and kill the Crown Prince. Wen Yunmei didn't mind at all. He was old enough to have seen all sorts of despicable things as the head of a powerful family. Liking young girls is really child's play. Your Highness, if we can find Wenya, everything will be fine. The key is that Wenya and her mother are hiding very well. Our Wen family was originally quite powerful, but because of Tianhen's killings, we have fallen to a low level. We really can't find Wenya and her mother, Wen Yunmei said cautiously. The Crown Prince frowned, cursing the other party as useless in his heart, but remained calm on the surface and said, Give me one of their personal items, and I will help you locate them. Thank you, Your Highness, Wenling said gratefully. Wan Yunmei was relieved and smiled. With His Highness the Crown Prince taking action, there will definitely be no problem. These are my daughter's things. This jade hairpin is her personal possession. Wan Yunmei took out a jade hairpin and handed it to His Highness the Crown Prince. The prince reached out and took the hand, saying, Come with me. We'll go to the Imperial Observatory. There are many Taoist masters there. They can handle divination, star observation, surveying, and finding people without any problems. Wanling and Wan Yunmei followed closely behind His Highness the Crown Prince as they walked out of the courtyard and boarded a sedan chair to go to the Imperial Observatory. The Divine Capital. Inside a restaurant, a beautiful girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll, gazed at the bustling world outside and exclaimed in surprise, Is this the capital city? An aged voice rang out, saying, Yes, this is the capital of the feathered divine dynasty, the divine capital, the capital where gods reside. So my father is imprisoned here? The porcelain doll-like girl asked, frowning. Your mother received news from a friend that your father is not dead, but was captured by the Crown Prince of the feathered divine dynasty. We came here to verify the truth of this news. A gentle voice rang out, and an incomparably beautiful woman embraced the porcelain doll-like Tianya, speaking softly. Is Mom's injury fully healed? Tianya asked with concern. Thanks to the snake demon's inner core that you and Grandpa brought back, Mom's injuries have completely healed, Tianya's mother said, giving Tianya a loving kiss. Life is tough, especially for Wen Xinyun, who has gone from being a young lady from a wealthy family to a down-on-her-luck married woman. She finds it very difficult to adjust. Life is sweet again. She lost that cold family and hypocritical relatives, but gained a passionate husband, a lovely daughter who melts your heart, and a taciturn but reliable father-in-law. Wan Xinyun was very satisfied with this. Her purpose this time was to find out whether Tianhen was imprisoned in the dungeon. In the case of, she would do everything in her power to save her husband. These past 10 years have been very difficult for her. She has scattered and fled, giving birth and raising her child alone, feeling utterly alone. But Tianhen had it even harder, single-handedly challenging the entire Wen family and the Crown Prince of the feathered divine dynasty. He fought bloody battles on all sides, achieving remarkable feats and leaving himself covered in wounds, which was heartbreaking. Wan Xinyun vowed that even if it cost her own life, she would save her husband and the father of her child. Father-in-law, please keep an eye on Tianya. I'm going to find my good sister. She's married to the young master of a powerful family in the capital. She's the only person willing to help me right now, and she must know something about Tianhen, Wen Xinyun said seriously. Go ahead, Tianya, and I will stay in the inn and not go anywhere. Tianyun nodded, his complexion returned to normal, but the injuries in his body were still there, and it would take at least a year or two to heal. Tianya, be good, okay? Wen Xinyun instructed Tianya. Mom, don't worry, I'm more obedient than you, Tianya said, rolling her eyes cutely. Wen Xinyun hugged her adorable daughter, gave her a big kiss, and then quickly left the inn to find her best friend from childhood. Chapter 177. She's in the capital. Part 2. Wen Xinyun went out, dirted her incredibly charming face a little, and wore coarse linen clothes. Although she had a very hot figure, she looked much more ordinary. She went to find her only hope now. When she was the eldest daughter of the Wen family, she didn't have many friends, except for one close sister. The two of them shared the same birth date, grew up in the same environment, had similar values, and were equally talented. The key point is that both of them are beautiful. As she grew older, suitors came in droves, and eventually Wen Xinyun became the new crown prince's fiancée, while he became the daughter-in-law of a top family in the capital. Originally, according to the established trajectory, the two could have spent their whole lives together, becoming best friends for life. However, Tianhen suddenly appeared, disrupting Wen Xinyun's life and the Wen family's plans. What followed was a decade-long manhunt and a period of chaos. Wen Xinyun left the Wen family and wandered around, separated from her best friend. For 10 years, they have only been able to continue communicating through some secret methods that the two of them had researched in the past. Warmth and gentleness are like the ups and downs of life, while the other person's life is like a clear spring. She stayed at home as a lady of a prominent family, studied hard, enriched herself, then married into her husband's family, had children, and lived a simple and ordinary life. After not seeing each other for 10 years, Wen Xinyun had mixed feelings. She wondered how the other person was doing now and how he treated her. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, Wen Xinyun was worried that this was a trap, but upon closer reflection she thought, we've already come to the capital, why should we worry about this? She chose to believe her best friend. Moving quickly along the bustling street, asking for directions every now and then, Wen Xinyun arrived at a secluded and quiet garden. In this garden, there is a courtyard with its gates closed and the surroundings empty. Wen Xinyun stepped forward, looked around, and slowly knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking echoed, and Wen Xinyun felt very nervous, her whole body tense. If anything seemed amiss, she would immediately choose to run away. Squeak. The courtyard gate slowly opened, and a bright face appeared before Wen Xinyun. Sia. Wen Xinyun was stunned, not expecting that the person she wanted to see would be the one to open the door. Xinyun. Sia was even more excited, almost jumping up, then quickly looked around and grabbed Wen Xinyun. Come in quickly. Wen Xinyun did not resist and followed Sia inside. Only after the courtyard gate closed did Sia breathe a sigh of relief. Then she suddenly hugged Wen Xinyun, her eyes blurry with tears, and said, You brat, what kind of life have you been living these past 10 years? How did you get yourself into this state? Wen Xinyun was also in tears, and she buried her face in her hands with Sia and wept, recounting the pain of 10 years of longing. After both women had cried, they finally calmed down, went into the pavilion in the courtyard, sat down, held hands, and told each other what had happened. Look at yourself now, all disheveled and dirty. Where is there even a trace of the image of the eldest daughter of the Wen family? Sia looked at Wen Xinyun's dirty appearance, took out a handkerchief to carefully tidy her up, and said irritably. Wen Xinyun smiled and said, We're both parents, so why are we talking about being a young lady? Besides, I'm doing this on purpose to avoid attracting attention. Did you have a boy or a girl? Sia asked curiously. When you were discovered, you were already 2 months pregnant. Your child must be 10 years old now, right? Sia asked. The girl's name is Tianya, which is similar to yours. She's very cute. Wen Xinyun's happy smile radiated. My child is a boy. Seeing how happy you are, your child must be very sensible, Sia said with concern. Yes, she's very sensible. What about your child? Wen Xinyun asked with concern. Despite not seeing each other for 10 years, their friendship remained, which made Wen Xinyun feel very gratified. My child is well behaved. You know how children from prominent families are. There are no disobedient ones. The rebellious ones are all eliminated, Xia said with emotion. Yes, how is your husband? I remember your husband is a famous genius in the capital, known as the #1 genius. Is he good to you? Wen Xinyun continued to ask. He treats me very well. We are truly on the same page and get along very well, Xia said, her face beaming with happiness. He arranged for me to see you today, and he's currently protecting us to make sure no one notices, so you can rest assured, Xia said. Wan Xinyun exclaimed in surprise. It's rare to see someone like this among the scions of aristocratic families. Xia nodded and said, This is also my good fortune. You asked me to inquire about your husband, and I also asked my husband to inquire about it. Speaking of this, Xia's expression turned serious, with a hint of reluctance. Tell me, is Tianhen in the dungeon? Wan Xinyun's expression changed as she stared at Xia and asked. I was here before. Xia nodded. Wan Xinyun's face showed no surprise, but rather worry. And now? Being there before means being gone now. Yesterday, the Crown Prince issued an order to kill all the most heinous criminals in the dungeon. More than 10,000 people were killed, Xia said after a moment's hesitation. Where is my husband? Wen Xinyun's vision went black, and she almost fainted. Xia immediately helped Wen Xinyun up and hurriedly said, No, your husband has disappeared without a trace. Wen Xinyun grabbed Xia and asked, Really? Xia nodded and said, This is what my husband told me. He said that Tianhen should not be dead, but he is seriously injured and cannot escape from the capital. It's good that he's not dead. We just need to find him in the capital. Wen Xinyun felt relieved. Xia said firmly, Don't worry, my husband and I will definitely help you. My husband has already secretly sent people to look for Tianhen. We'll find him first, and that will be enough. Wan Xinyun was relieved, but her face was still anxious, wondering what was wrong with Tianhen. Tianhen is now with the Crown Prince, following closely from afar. He broke through to the human immortal realm, which allows him to hide himself. As long as you don't get too close, it's difficult to be discovered. Tianhen was separated by a wide street. If he were discovered, he would consider himself unlucky. What are the Crown Prince and Wan Yunmei doing at the Imperial Observatory? Tianhen looked on in confusion, but he had a bad feeling about it, so he continued to lie in wait and watch. Inside the Imperial Observatory, an old Taoist priest held a jade hairpin in both hands, constantly performing divination. Suddenly, the old Taoist priest tossed the jade hairpin into the air. The jade hairpin trembled in mid-air, flying over a huge map, seemingly about to fall at any moment. Bang! After hovering for a while, the jade hairpin fell down and landed in a very conspicuous spot on the map. The prince peeked out, narrowed his eyes and said, She's in the capital. Right within this small area, the Crown Prince said coldly, pointing with his hand. Go and bring her back to me immediately, the prince commanded into the void. Yes, sir, came a faint, ethereal voice. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiandao was sparring with the old Taoist priest when suddenly his brows furrowed. Qianya and her mother and grandfather are in danger, Xiandao sensed. Chapter 178. Her name is Qianya. Part 3. In the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiandao finally defeated the Taoist this time. He used the unity of heaven and man technique that Zhong Baixing taught Xiandao to sever the Taoist's spiritual energy with a single sword strike. After the cut, Xiandao received a warning that Qianya seemed to be in danger. This surprised Xiandao. Could it be that the One family had made a move? The Taoist priest, seeing Xiandao's defeat and his subsequent stunned expression, asked, What's wrong with you? Xiandao shook his head, pulled himself out of his thoughts, and said, I have fought you more than 10 times and never won once. Now that I have won, I am just happy. The Taoist laughed heartily. You are really powerful now. That scholar has helped you a lot. If I want to defeat you again, I will have to raise my Taoist level even higher, but that would be using my profound Taoist level to bully you. After all, My comprehension is far superior to yours. If the Taoist priest did not suppress his cultivation, Xiandao would have no chance of defeating him. Because he had to suppress himself to the same level as Xiandao, the Taoist essence he could control was always limited. Therefore, he has now been defeated by Xiandao. Xiandao dispersed the sword energy that filled the mountain and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I have some other matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Let's go. I need to rest now. Come find me again after you break through to the human immortal realm." The Taoist waved his hand, lay down in the coffin, and continued to bask in the sun. Xiandao turned and left, returning to the trading hall. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend Tianya. He said he would protect Tianya, so naturally he must keep his word. There was an unseen connection between Tianya and him. Xiandao could sense that her luck was fluctuating violently, which meant she was in danger. Now Tianya's fortune is fluctuating and pulsating, and Xiandao is beginning to comprehend it. She's actually in the capital of the feathered divine dynasty. Xiandao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with horror. In the capital, after the crown prince located Wen Xinyun, he immediately dispatched his hidden experts to capture her. After the hidden expert left, the crown prince looked at the map and sneered. They really have audacity, daring to come all the way to my capital. Have they never died before? Wan Yunmei immediately flattered. Since Wen Xinyun is here, then Wen Ye must be here too. Why doesn't your highness go and take a look? The prince nodded and said, "Let's go take a look together. I also want to see the legendary mysterious maiden's body." Wan Yunmei and Wan Ling immediately followed the crown prince to the area that had just been identified. In the courtyard, Wan Xinyun and Xia were still talking. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years and had so much to say. They had only been together for 15 minutes. How could they possibly finish talking? But then a gentle voice rang out. "Someone's coming, and they're coming in a menacing manner. It seems you've been discovered. Get out of here quickly." Wan Xinyun's expression changed, and she hurriedly stood up, saying, "When I came out, no one was watching me." "Husband, are you sure?" Xia also panicked. "The only one who can act so brazenly and recklessly in the capital is His Highness the Crown Prince. I recognize this aura. It belongs to one of the Crown Prince's hounds. Let's get out of here." A man appeared, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing an extraordinary air. He was Xia's husband, the heir of a great family in the capital. Wan Xinyun said anxiously, "If they can find me, then my daughter is also in danger. She is with her grandfather, and he is injured. I need to go find my daughter. Husband, what should we do?" Xia looked at her husband. "Go find your daughter. I'll hold off His Highness the Crown Prince's hunting dog. That should buy us a little time," the man said in a deep voice. For his wife's sake, this was all he could do to help. Thank you so much." Wan Xinyun was extremely grateful, and with time running out, she quickly ran out of the yard. "Madam, please stay here and don't go out. This hunting dog can't do anything to me," Xia's husband said sternly, before leaving the courtyard. Boom. Just as I stepped out of the courtyard, a shadowy sword attacked me with incredible speed and without a sound, only unleashing its power at the very end. Its momentum surged, like a hunting dog, extremely fierce, ready to tear it apart. I am the heir of the Duanmu family of the capital. If you dare kill me, the Crown Prince will surely face retaliation from the Duanmu family." Xia's husband said calmly, his hands behind his back, showing no sign of panic. Boom. The sword energy deviated by a few centimeters, grazing the forehead before shooting down, leaving a deep, bottomless sword mark. A person who had been hidden in the shadows emerged into the sunlight, his face covered in scars, looking extremely ferocious, like a dozen centipedes intertwined together. Hound. A human immortal assassin under the Crown Prince's command. If you weren't from the Duanmu family, you would surely die today. The hunting dog's voice was hoarse, like the sound of a blade scraping against each other, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. After saying this, The hunting dog disappeared, chasing after Wen Xinyun. Sia's husband sighed. I can only buy you this little bit of time. Just a little bit, really just a little bit. After the crown prince and his entourage emerged from the Imperial Observatory, they headed straight for the place where the warm cloud had been discovered. Tianhen frowned as he watched from afar, his ominous premonition growing stronger. What exactly happened? Tianhen frowned and quickly followed. After following them for a while, Tianhen noticed that the crown prince and his group had changed direction and were heading towards an inn near the capital. Before long, they arrived at the inn. Tianhen stared intently and his eyes widened in fury. His wife, his father, and the maid he had never met but who was very kind to him were intercepted by a prince and his entourage. Wan Xinyun hurried back to the inn, intending to escape with Tianyun and Tianya, but the hunting dogs had already caught up. Behind them, the crown prince arrived at a leisurely pace, accompanied by Wen Yunmei and Wan Ling, Wan Xinyun's biological father and older brother. Brother. Wan Xinyun looked at them in disbelief. Was it really her father who betrayed them and brought the crown prince? Shut up. You have disobeyed the family orders and committed an unforgivable crime. You have no right to call me father. Wan Yunmei was obsequious and servile in front of the crown prince, but in front of her daughter, she was stern, harsh, and arrogant. Wan Xinyun watched in despair, protecting her daughter and thinking of a way to escape, but unfortunately, the prince's entourage had surrounded the inn. Is this the mysterious maiden's physique? The crown prince no longer paid attention to Wan Xinyun. She was a withered flower, not worth mentioning. He stared at Tianya, scrutinizing her carefully. What do you want to do? Wan Xinyun's expression changed drastically. Like a lioness that had been provoked, she bared her teeth and brandished her claws, her aura suddenly surging, displaying an extraordinary peak aura. Despite the ups and downs she has experienced over the years, the eldest daughter of the One family is no less talented than any genius. Your daughter will have to pay for the mistakes you made. The future of the One family needs Wen Ye to shoulder the responsibility, Wen Yunmei said calmly, looking at Wen Xinyun with indifferent eyes, as if she were not her daughter but a stranger. Her name is Tianya. A furious aura erupted from behind the crown prince and his entourage. Rumble. A violent sword aura shot straight at the crown prince, causing him to frown, step back, and narrow his eyes. Tianhen, you're not dead? You've even broken through to the human immortal realm. Chapter 179 Like Me. Part 4. Tianhen's sword energy comes from his cultivation technique, Dao Xinc Demon. It was a Dao sword, yet it exuded a chilling demonic aura and was extremely terrifying. With a single sweep of the sword, the entire inn was filled with sword light. The crown prince's face was gloomy and extremely terrifying as he stared intently at Tianhen, the man who had cuckolded him. He wasn't afraid. The crown prince maintained a calm demeanor. Wan Yunmei and Wan Ling, who were beside him, were extremely shocked, and their faces immediately turned ferocious as they gritted their teeth. There are far too many people in the Wan family under Tianhen's control. Wan Yunmei, the head of the family, both hates and fears Tianhen. Die. Tianhen's target was the crown prince. He didn't care about Wan Yunmei and the others. He wanted to kill the crown prince. How dare they make a move on his daughter? Court death. Having fought for 10 years, Tianhen's accumulated killing intent and aura were terrifying. He seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With a single sword strike, the blood of those he had killed and shed over the past 10 years filled the air behind him. Rumble. The prince's breathing became rapid. He could hold on for a while, but under the onslaught of this dense mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he couldn't last long. Fortunately, the hounds intervened. He lurked in the shadows, the crown prince's most trusted subordinate, always by his side. Now he made his move. Clang. The hound used the shadow sword technique, a pure assassination sword technique. Every move was concise, clean, and swift, with the sole purpose of killing. The moment you draw your sword, you have only one goal: to kill the enemy before you. Kill the most people with the fewest sword moves. This is the pursuit of shadow swordsmanship, and also the standard of shadow assassins. A flash of cold light, a magical artifact, pierced through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, carrying a shadowy aura, surging forth. Startled, Tian Hen swiftly swung his sword backhand, striking the shadow sword technique squarely. Boom! The surging energy instantly destroyed the inn and is still spreading rapidly. Tianhen's expression changed, and he rushed over. His entire body erupted with Daoist magic, and a powerful barrier appeared, blocking Wen Xinyun and the other two. He was blocking his own responsibility. A husband's responsibility. A father's responsibility. A son's responsibility. The hunting dog also protected the prince, ensuring he was unharmed. Then, it stared at Tian Hen with a gloomy expression, its extremely terrifying facial muscles twitching as if a dozen centipedes were wriggling. People with weak hearts wouldn't dare to look at it. The next second, the hound disappeared into the shadows, hiding all around, ready to strike at any moment with a fierce blow. Under the impact of the energy, Wen Yunmei, Wen Ling, and the soldiers brought by the prince suffered the most. Everyone was blasted away and coughed up blood. This was a battle between gods, where mortals suffered. Gods, summon the royal tributes. The crown prince roared in fury upon seeing the scene around him. How dare a mere immortal act so presumptuously in my capital city? I think you're tired of living. The crown prince pointed at Tian Hen and said coldly, Your Highness, kill him. Kill this bastard, and everything will be fine. Imprison Wen Xinyun in our Wen family, and we'll raise Wen Ye. Wen Yunmei screamed, scrambling to her feet, spitting out blood, furious. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with hatred. Wan Yunmei was naturally full of confidence, knowing that she had the crown prince's support. Snap! But what awaited him was only a slap from the crown prince, which swelled Wen Yunmei's cheek, made her spin on the spot, and knocked out several of her front teeth. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Wen Yunmei stared blankly at the crown prince, her large eyes filled with confusion. Do I, the crown prince, need your orders to do things? The crown prince looked at Wen Yunmei with a cold gaze. Wen Yunmei was startled by the crown prince's gaze and immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, saying, Your Highness, please forgive me, Your Highness, please forgive me. Upon witnessing this scene, Wen Xinyun closed her eyes, her heart filled with despair. Tian Hen watched indifferently. He had long seen through the Wan family's true colors and was not surprised at all. Tian Yun and Tianya wore complicated expressions. This was a prestigious family. He had no dignity in front of the crown prince, and was scolded and berated like a dog. Get out of my way. The crown prince kicked Wen Yunmei away, pointed at Tian Hen, and looked fierce. You were whipped so much in the dungeon, yet you didn't die. You even broke through to the human immortal realm. You're really tough, the prince said through gritted teeth, his teeth itching with hatred. The fact that you didn't kill me immediately is giving me a chance, Tian Hen said coldly. So what if you've broken through to the human immortal realm? Do you think you can beat me? The crown prince arrogantly spread his arms, looking at Tian Hen without any defense. Even though the prince was 100 meters away, Tian Hen dared not make a move, even though the prince was completely unprepared. In the shadows, a hunting dog was watching them, ready to pounce at any moment. You don't dare to make a move, do you? The crown prince laughed arrogantly. Let me tell you, this is the capital city of my feathered divine dynasty. I call the shots here. My immortals and the offerings of my capital city are about to arrive. You, a mere immortal, do you think you can turn the world upside down? The crown prince coldly shouted. As soon as the crown prince finished speaking, several enormous roars swept across the distant sky. Tianhen's expression changed. The immortal had arrived. The prince's reinforcements have arrived. Xinyun, I'll hold them off while you guys escape, Tian Hen said through gritted teeth. Wan Xinyun grasped Tianhen's rough hand and smiled desperately. 10 immortals, do you think we can escape? Yes, 10 immortals have arrived. And that doesn't even include the hunting dogs lurking in the shadows. All of this combined means that even if Tianhen wanted to stall, he couldn't. Tianhen was speechless. He knew he was powerless to change the situation. So Tianhen squatted down, looked at Qianya, and reached out to touch her, but then worried that his rough hands would hurt his daughter's delicate skin, so he didn't dare to touch her and withdrew his hand. Qianya, with tears in her eyes, grasped Tianhen's hand, placed it on her face, and cried out, "Father!" Tianhen, a tough and resolute man, fought for 10 years, shedding countless drops of blood, but never shed a tear. Yet now, because his daughter called him father, tears streamed down his face. Tianhen hugged Qianya tightly, tears streaming silently down his face. Looking at her aged son, Tianyun thought of his hardships over the years, and tears streamed down her face. The family reunited and wept here, but the crown prince laughed arrogantly. "Tianhen, if you hand over your daughter now, I can spare your father's life. Sacrificing yourself and Wen Xinyan to save your daughter and father is a good deal, ha ha ha." Seeing the arrogant prince laughing unrestrainedly, 10 immortals also arrived, staring at Tianhen with predatory eyes, which increased the pressure on Tianhen. "Today, either our family dies here, or our family walks out of here," Tianhen said, putting Qianya down and standing up. "What will you use to get out of here?" "These are all my men. What do you have to fight me with?" The prince waved his hand arrogantly, and the 10 immortals and many soldiers behind him surrounded Qianya's family. Tianhen was speechless. He could only stand there resolutely. But Qianya's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed and exclaimed, "Not everyone here is your man." "What?" The crown prince looked in the direction Qianya was pointing and immediately frowned. At the end of the street, a figure appeared, dressed in a light purple robe and wearing a dark gold mask, walking with an easy gait. "Qianya is right, not everyone here is yours." Xiandao nodded and said, "Like me." Xiandao pointed to himself. Chapter 180. Is this level of cultivation sufficient? Part 5. At this critical juncture, Xiandao still arrived. He had no choice but to come. Whether it was Xiandao's promise to protect Qianya or the contract he signed with Tianhen, both of these things compelled Xiandao to protect Qianya's family. So, he came. Even though this is the capital of the feathered divine dynasty. Even though Xiandao's current cultivation level is only at the peak of the extraordinary realm. He still came. Dressed in a light purple robe, with an upright posture and outstanding temperament, he drew everyone's attention as soon as he stood there. Tianhen looked on in surprise, then felt overjoyed. The owner of Tiandi Money House had arrived, and it seemed they could be saved. Tianhen wasn't sure if Xiandao could win, because Xiandao's cultivation was only at the peak of the extraordinary realm, not as powerful as him. Tianhen was very skeptical, but Qianya excitedly waved her snow-white little hand and shouted, "Grandpa Immortal, save us!" Tianyun looked at Xiandao with anticipation. Now she could only place her hopes on Xiandao. Wen Xinyan had heard Qianya mention this immortal grandfather, but she had never met him. Now that she had, she was looking forward to it no matter what. The crown prince, however, did not think so. When he saw Xiandao approaching, he thought a master had arrived, but he did not expect him to be merely a peak transcendent realm expert. The crown prince rubbed his eyes and sneered. "Are you here to die?" Xiandao shook his head and said, "I'm here to take their family away." The crown prince, with a strange expression, asked, "Do you know where this place is?" "The divine capital," Xiandao replied. The prince looked arrogantly at Xiandao, and suddenly shouted, "Knowing that this is the capital, you dare to come and save people with such little cultivation?" Xiandao calmly said, "I think that's enough." "Enough." The crown prince laughed, bursting into laughter, mocking Xiandao's ignorance. After laughing, he pointed and said coldly, "Kill this arrogant fool. The capital city is too vast for someone like you, a mere peak transcendent being, to run wild," the crown prince said coldly. From the shadows, a cold glint flashed, slashing toward Xiandao's neck. "Hound." Having remained hidden in the shadows, They have finally made their move, aiming to kill Li Xiandao with a single blow. Be careful, this sword is dangerous. He's a shadow assassin, a human immortal. Tianhen shouted in alarm, fearing that Li Xiandao would suffer a loss and be assassinated by the hound without noticing him. Li Xiandao, wearing a mask, looked on calmly. He saw the sword. Under sunlight, everything should be visible, but this sword can guide the refraction of light to create shadows. In other words, the hound can hide even in the sun. He can hide himself by using sunlight. Sunlight is not the enemy of shadow, but the friend of shadow. The hunting dog understood this perfectly. His sword strike came silently, swiftly and fiercely, and was sure to kill. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao noticed him from the very beginning. The shadow assassin hound can conceal himself in sunlight, demonstrating unfathomable skill and profound understanding of the ways of the shadows. As I said before, unfortunately, he encountered Li Xiandao. One person comprehended the unity of heaven and man at a transcendent level. Standing between heaven and earth, within a radius of 300 miles, Li Xiandao is heaven and earth. Everything that is hidden has nowhere to hide. So when the hound's sword came at him, he had an indifferent expression on his face and didn't take Li Xiandao seriously at all. He was merely a transcendent being. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary person, nothing more. Since they are mortals, then kill them. The crown prince watched with a smug smile on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control, where everyone had to obey his orders. Although my cultivation level is not high, my power is unparalleled. You, a mere nobody in the extraordinary realm, dare to come and save people? Court death. The prince watched excitedly, waiting for the next second, when the hound killed Li Xiandao with a single sword strike. Let Li Xiandao experience the terror of the capital city, so he won't be so reckless and stand out in his next life. But in Li Xiandao's eyes, their actions were nothing more than a clown performance. Looking into the hound's confident eyes, he saw himself as a corpse. Seeing the crown prince's smug expression, a cold smile appeared on Li Xiandao's face beneath the mask. You know nothing about power. Li Xiandao suddenly sighed. The sigh was like a thunderclap to the hunting dog's ears, startling him and making his eyes widen. A sword aura had already reached him. This sword energy was very thin as a cicada's wing. The sword energy was clear and bright, and immediately, strands of Daoist rhyme appeared, intertwining together to support this sword energy. Get out, Li Xiandao said coldly. The sword energy, as thin as a cicada's wing, suddenly pierced through. The hound was shocked and enraged. Its true energy erupted, and the aura of a human immortal was not concealed at all. It burst forth like a bonfire, suddenly growing 10 meters high, attracting everyone's attention. But all of this was in vain under Li Xiandao's sword energy. The sword energy, like a butterfly, pierced through the hound's brow in an instant. The powerful force sent the hound's corpse flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily onto a multi-story building. Rumble. The hound's aura of divine power erupted, and it was all unleashed upon the tall building, instantly leveling it to the ground. Amidst the billowing smoke, everyone stared in disbelief. What's going on? A sword? No, it's a sword aura. A single sword strike killed a shadow assassin at the immortal realm? When the smoke cleared, the hound's body appeared in the ashes, lifeless, with a sword wound between its brows, but no other injuries. The prince was stunned. He looked at the hunting dog, then at Li Xiandao, and then back at the hunting dog. You're only at the transcendent realm. How could you kill an immortal with a single sword strike? The crown prince questioned. He also voiced the question that had been puzzling everyone. The transcendent realm? Li Xiandao didn't answer, but murmured in confusion before taking a step forward. Boom! It was as if a huge corpse had been thrown into a calm lake, causing waves to surge hundreds of meters high and the earth to shake violently. It was as if, under the moonlight, a figure raised his hand and struck, causing both the mountain scenery and the moonlight to collapse. At this moment, sword energy crisscrossed the street, all of it Li Xiandao's sword energy, thin as a cicada's wing, and crystal clear. Li Xiandao has taken a single step to become a human immortal. Are you still surprised now? Li Xiandao asked calmly. The crown prince stared blankly, his heart churning like a stormy sea. Immortal. This is a celestial being. In the eternal realm, human immortals are beings who can reign supreme and be considered ancestors. How many people are trapped in the realm of the extraordinary, with no hope of ever glimpsing the realm of the immortals? How many people have to cultivate themselves for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to reach this level? And what about Li Xiandao? One step into the realm of immortals. Everyone stared in shock. Li Xiandao looked at them and thought it wasn't shocking enough. No one had broken down. So he took another step. Boom! This is truly a cataclysmic event. Chapter 181 Decisive Execution. Part 6. When Li Xiandao took his second step, the world around him suddenly changed color. Rumble. Daytime turned into night. Li Xiandao forcibly changed the time. Just moments ago, the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the earth. Now it has turned into a silver moon, its clear light shining down and illuminating Li Xiandao, draping him in a hazy veil. Li Xiandao's aura remained largely unchanged. At least in the eyes of the crown prince and others, nothing had changed. Because Li Xiandao no longer relies on his aura. He stands here, and this place is the center of heaven and earth. He looked at the crown prince, who immediately felt as if the heavens and earth were watching him, which was extremely terrifying and made his body tremble like a leaf. It was just a glance. Li Xiandao has become this powerful. Didn't you just say I wasn't good? Li Xiandao said calmly. Then I'll show you just how powerful I really am. Li Xiandao sighed softly. He took 2 steps, changing the sky and plunging the vast capital into silence. Everyone looked up at the sky, in disbelief. Just a moment ago the sky was clear and blue, but now it's bathed in the soft glow of a silver moon. What happened? Inside the palace, an old monster opened his eyes, frowned as he stared at the sky outside, and muttered, "He has actually reached such a level of cultivation, but what makes him dare to enter my capital? This is bad. If they're here to deal with my feathered divine dynasty, then this is not good." The old monster's face darkened, and his body quickly disappeared, heading towards the battlefield. He wasn't the only one rushing to the vast capital. In the center of the battlefield, pedestrians on this street had long since hidden themselves and dared not come out, leaving only Li Xiandao and his group on the street. At one end of the street, Li Xiandao stood alone. At the other end of the street, the Tianhen family. In the center of the street, the prince and his entourage. Who exactly are you? The prince broke down, looking at the silver moon in the sky. His heart completely collapsed. Is he someone who can provoke a powerful being capable of altering the moon and the sun? Don't let his status as the crown prince of the feathered divine dynasty fool you. But he's had several different crown princes already. In fact, even if his father, the emperor, came, he would still have to be respectful in the face of a powerful being who could change the day and the month. At that moment, the crown prince felt fear. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Not to mention him, the 10 other immortal realm cultivators who arrived later also looked at Li Xiandao nervously, wishing they could kneel down and beg for mercy. But they won't kneel down. Li Xiandao walked over slowly. This time there were no unusual phenomena, but they were even more afraid than before. As Li Xiandao walked, he said, "What you said earlier is quite right. I am quite weak, so I have improved my strength a little bit. Furthermore, a man's knees are worth gold. Even if it costs him his life, he should never kneel down to anyone and preserve his last shred of dignity." As Li Xiandao spoke, he approached the crown prince. The prince looked at Li Xiandao's cold, terrifying dark gold mask as if he were seeing an extremely terrifying demon. His face was filled with fear, and tears and snot streamed down his face. He looked very disheveled. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Screw the idea that a man's knees are worth gold. Gold is only available to the living. Everything is lost when you die. But he couldn't kneel down. The great Tao of this entire world has become one with Xiandao, so it's very easy to force them to kneel down. Please spare me, I beg you. The prince trembled as he pleaded with Li Xian. But what greeted him was Xiandao's cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, chillingly so. The crown prince felt as if his body was being frozen by Xiandao's gaze, and fear surged within him. This was the first time in his life, born into royalty, that he had ever truly felt fear. Xiandao said calmly, "Whether or not I let you go depends on the Tianhen family's decision, not mine." The crown prince's face stiffened. What do you think of Tianhen's family? Then isn't he doomed? He was just now trying to make a move on Tianhen's daughter. How can a father accept such humiliation? The crown prince slowly turned his head. Just as he was about to say something nice, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Boom! A terrifying killing intent erupted, and Tianhen, without hesitation, punched the prince directly in the heart. Click! The prince's heart exploded, and his spine broke completely. He drifted away like a flying catkin and then crashed heavily to the ground. Die! In a fit of rage, Tianhen punched the crown prince to death, venting a father's fury. Xiandao watched silently, then turned to the 10 immortals who had arrived from behind. At this moment, the 10 immortals were deathly pale. They wanted to beg for mercy, but like the crown prince, they couldn't kneel down. "Let's each give them a punch, then we'll leave," Xiandao said, his eyes flashing. These people did not lift a finger from beginning to end, and their crime does not warrant death. However, they were also involved in forcing Tianhen's family to participate in the activities, and were punched by Tianhen, seriously injured and in need of recuperation, but that was wiped clean. Tianhen nodded quickly and made his move. Bang bang bang. 10 punches sent 10 immortals flying, each spitting blood, their breath disordered, and lying heavily injured on the ground. From beginning to end, Xiandao only released a sword aura, took 2 steps, and made a few breakthroughs. What Tianhen's family considered a dead end instantly vanished. The crown prince is dead. The hunting dog is dead. 10 immortal beings were seriously injured. The soldiers were all trembling, retreating and then fleeing. Xiandao completely ignored all of this and looked at Wen Yunmei, the head of the One family, and Wen Ling. Wan Yunmei froze, looking at Xiandao's cold aura and Tianhen's violent aura. Her heart trembled with fear. She immediately looked at Wen Xinyun and pleaded, "Daughter, save your father. After all, it was your father who raised you. If your older brother and I die, your mother will be very sad. Little sister, your older brother was so good to you when we were little. Please spare your older brother. I don't want to die yet. I haven't lived enough." Wen Ling also begged for mercy. His legs went weak and he found that he could kneel down, so he quickly knelt down. Wan Xinyun looked at her with a wry smile and said, "I really don't want you to be my father and older brother. There's nothing I can do about it. Just think of me as senile. It's my fault, I deserve to die, but please spare my life for my mother's sake and for your grandmother's sake." Wen Yunmei also knelt down with a thud, begging for mercy. Both father and son knelt down before Wen Xinyun, hoping to cling to their lives. If you don't have designs on my daughter, then I can spare your lives today, but..." Wan Xinyun's face turned cold, and her eyes became venomous. "You shouldn't have thought of giving my daughter to the crown prince. Because of this, you will all die," Wen Xinyun said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianhen flicked his finger and shot out 2 sword energies, killing Wen Yunmei and Wen Ling on the spot. Seeing that it was all over, Xiandao turned around and left, saying, "Come on, we have to leave. A few old geezers are on their way. Grandpa Immortal, can you beat these people?" Qianya ran over suddenly, opened her arms, and wanted Xiandao to hug her. Looking at Qianya's adorable appearance, a smile appeared on Xiandao's face beneath the mask. "Grandpa Immortal can carry you and fight them right now, no problem." Xiandao picked up Qianya with one hand and walked towards the city gate. Holding the child, Li Xiandao remained full of confidence. The benefits that the previous 2 steps brought to Li Xiandao were indescribable. Chapter 182: A Reign of 10,000 Swords. Part 1. The capital city is far from peaceful tonight. No one could sleep. Everyone looked up at the sky, at the silver moon and the Milky Way, and was utterly astonished. Who is this? It was like a completely different world. It was terrifying. Boom. Many figures flew across the sky above the capital city, all heading towards the place where the fight had just taken place. The old monster from the palace was the first to arrive. Seeing the corpse of the new crown prince on the ground and the 10 seriously injured immortals, his face darkened, and he raised his head to stare in the direction where Li Xiandao had left. To act so recklessly and commit murder in the capital of my feathered divine dynasty is utterly lawless. The old monster let out a low roar and suddenly soared into the sky, overlooking the vast capital city. He accurately spotted Li Xiandao and his group and coldly shouted, "You killed the crown prince of my feathered divine dynasty in the capital city, and you're just going to leave like that?" This voice was powerful and resounding, spreading throughout the entire capital city, and everyone could hear it. Li Xiandao stopped in his tracks, looked up, and saw the old monster standing high in the sky. He wore a simple bright yellow long robe. His sparse white hair was tied in a small braid, and his imposing presence was so great that it could overshadow the brilliance of the silver moon high in the sky. That's true mastery. With his own strength, he overshadowed the brilliance of the moonlight. Die! The old monster's expression turned cold upon seeing Li Xiandao. Without hesitation, he slammed his claw-like hand down into the air. The palm of heaven. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a gigantic hand slammed down, causing the oppressive dark clouds to tremble, generating a storm with immense force, threatening to utterly kill Li Xiandao. This attack was terrifying. In an instant, the tops of Li Xiandao and his group were covered by this palm. A slap is like the sky. The sky has fallen. Even though Tian Hen had broken through to the human immortal realm, he was still dumbfounded when he saw this attack. This is terrifying. Just as Li Xiandao took a single step and created a whole new world. This slap covered an entire area. The Tian Hen family could only pin their hopes on Li Xiandao, watching him expectantly. If Li Xiandao can withstand it, they will be safe and sound. Qianya hugged Li Xiandao's neck, her little face showing nervousness, and asked timidly, "Can this immortal grandpa beat him?" Li Xiandao pinched Qianya's cheek to help her relax and said, "I'll give it a try." Give it a try. Li Xiandao was merely being modest. Faced with this attack, Li Xiandao formed a sword with his fingers, and his aura surged. Thump. In an instant, countless sword energies appeared throughout the world. 108,000 swords. These sword energies were as thin as cicada wings, and each contained the Tao that Li Xiandao had comprehended. Li Xiandao took a step into the air and arrived in the sky. He said in a low voice, "If we fight down here, millions of your people in the capital will probably die. You don't care, but I don't want to cause any more bloodshed. Now, I'm here to kill you." With 108,000 swords behind him, Li Xiandao became like a sword immortal at this moment, pointing his fingers as swords and thrusting them out directly. Rumble. The next second, 108,000 swords appeared out of nowhere, positioned between heaven and earth, and directly struck the palm of the hand. "Since you think your palm is as big as the sky, then I'll use my sword energy to strike down the heavens." Li Xiandao held Qianya in one arm and unleashed 108,000 sword strikes with the other. At this scene, tens of millions of people in the capital looked up, mouths agape. A gigantic palm covered this entire area, pressing down fiercely. Then a powerful figure wearing a mysterious mask, holding a child, raised one hand to the sky, carrying 108,000 swords, and struck the heavens. The 108,000 swords were like 108,000 dazzling lights, incomparably beautiful, igniting the night sky, with Li Xiandao among them. He was like a god. Qianya was right. At this moment, Li Xiandao was indeed a deity. Rumble. 108,000 swords struck the hand of heaven, exploding in the sky like fireworks. An incredibly terrifying energy shockwave erupted in the sky, instantly shaking the surrounding area for thousands of miles and affecting the weather, causing it to inexplicably start to rain. The rain poured down, and the silvery moonlight made the raindrops even more shimmering. Li Xiandao, holding Tianya, passed through the hand of heaven and saw the old monster. The old monster's face was grim as he stared at Li Xiandao and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Li Xiandao looked at him coldly without saying a word. "Your cultivation is indeed remarkable, but that's no reason for you to run wild in the capital of my feathered divine dynasty," the old monster said coldly. Li Xiandao continued to watch indifferently. The old monster frowned, clearly displeased with Li Xiandao's attitude, and demanded, "Are you mute? Have you ever seen someone talk to a corpse?" Li Xiandao said coldly, not taking the old monster seriously at all. "You." The old monster glared at Li Xiandao, his teeth itching with hatred. Did he think he was dead? "Take this heavenly king fist." The old monster threw a powerful punch, causing the air to explode, rain to fly, and the intense force of the punch to envelop Li Xiandao. That punch was terrifying, enough to make anyone tremble. The heavenly king fist is extremely domineering. Once unleashed, it exudes an aura of certain death. Under the heavenly king fist, all enemies must submit. Those who do not submit will die. It was this kind of imposing aura that made the old monster act without restraint. He dared to chase after Li Xiandao and fight him in the capital, disregarding the deaths of ordinary people. They were just ordinary people. If they died, they died. Anyway, the feathered divine dynasty had plenty of people, not much else. Li Xiandao held Tianya in his arms and whispered, "Tianya, let me show you a beautiful sword move." Tianya's eyes widened. Although the fist of heaven descended heavily, its momentum shaking the heavens, she was not afraid. Instead, she excitedly anticipated Li Xiandao's sword strike. Li Xiandao's Daoist aura flowed out silently, connecting with heaven and earth and linking with the great Tao. Suddenly, Li Xiandao became one with heaven and earth. He reached out and shook hands. Splash! The rain that was falling between heaven and earth stopped completely, and each raindrop was clearly visible, under Li Xiandao's control. Clang! A drop of rain turned into a long sword. How many drops of rain are there in the entire world? How many long swords does Li Xiandao have? The next second, Li Xiandao flicked his finger, sending a long sword formed from a raindrop in front of him flying. Boom! One sword led the way, followed closely by countless other swords, unleashing a devastating burst of power. This scene was even more terrifying than before. Millions of long swords shot out at once, creating a massive and extremely frightening spectacle. This is the unity of heaven and man that Li Xiandao comprehended while following Zhong Baixing, which he has now incorporated into his own swordsmanship. Rumble! What kind of heavenly king fist is this? It was utterly vulnerable to a million swords and was shattered in an instant. Boom! The old monster watched in horror as a million long swords shot out at once, leaving him nowhere to escape. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of long swords piercing through bodies echoed continuously, and the old monster paid the price for his recklessness. Li Xiandao returned to the ground, put Tianya down, and led her toward the city gate. No one dared to stop them. Even those who arrived later and were at the same level as the old monster became silent and turned back after seeing his miserable death. It's getting dark, time to sleep. It would be great to do some exercise that's good for both body and mind. Is fighting and killing really that bad? But when Li Xiandao walked out of the city gate of the capital, the world has changed again. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly, making it warm and comfortable. Everything that just happened in the capital city felt like a dream. Chapter 183 The Storm Ends. Part 2. Li Xiandao led Tianya and her family out of the capital and came to a small river. Here, Tianhen and his family knelt down before Li Xiandao to express their gratitude. However, Li Xiandao refused, turned around and left, avoiding the kneeling. Li Xiandao looked at Tianhen and said, "I protected your family's safety, which was stipulated in the contract. Now that the contract is over, you don't need to kneel down. This is our agreement. Tianhen didn't press the matter further and said, "All right, then the contract is over." Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's find a place to live in seclusion and properly nurture Tianya. Her future is limitless and she has endless possibilities. We're already holding her back a bit." Tianhen nodded firmly and said, "I will definitely take good care of Tianya." Upon hearing this, Li Xiandao turned and left. "Grandpa Immortal, will we ever meet again?" Tianya asked expectantly. "Don't see me again. You have your parents to protect you now. You don't need a fairy grandfather anymore. Take good care of yourself," Li Xiandao said without turning his head. Li Xiandao had previously said he wanted to protect Tianya because she was adorable and pitiful, which made him feel sorry for her. But now that her father and mother have reunited, and her father is at the human immortal realm, he is considered a powerful figure in the Eternal Land, so protecting Tianya is no problem. Therefore, Li Xiandao will no longer protect her. This parting may be forever. After saying that, Li Xiandao left immediately and disappeared in just a few steps. Tianya watched Li Xiandao's retreating figure, feeling no sadness, but instead smiled brightly. "Grandpa Immortal, I will definitely meet you again." Li Xiandao returned to the Heaven and Earth Bank. His strength greatly increased. This trip took Li Xiandao a whole day, but he gained a decent amount of experience and ended his contract with Tianhen. The first thing Li Xiandao did upon returning was to go to the mountain behind the inheritance hall. The Taoist was sunbathing when Li Xiandao pulled him up and said, "I've broken through. Now you can improve your realm and continue sparring with me." The Taoist blinked, his mouth filled with bitterness, all his unspoken words condensed into one sentence. "Didn't you say you wanted to continue accumulating knowledge?" Li Xiandao said helplessly, "If we want to save people, there's no way without breaking through." Li Xiandao could kill a human immortal in the transcendent realm, but that was only at the beginning of the human immortal realm. He struggled in the middle stage and couldn't win in the later stage. If he hadn't taken those 2 steps, he would still be fighting in the capital. The old Taoist priest sighed and said, "Didn't you say you wanted me to rest a bit? Older people should exercise more. Exercise can keep them healthy and help them live a long and healthy life," Li Xiandao said earnestly. "But the old Taoist priest is already dead," the Taoist priest said in grief and indignation. "Well," Li Xiandao coughed and said, "a person who has died can still contribute to society. That is true talent and wisdom." The Taoist priest looked at Li Xiandao's mouth, which could talk the dead back to life, and helplessly got up. "From now on, once every 3 days," the Taoist priest declared. Li Xiandao said with dissatisfaction, "You don't need to rest for so long." The Taoist priest said in a low voice, "You are already very familiar with me. My Tao is not as amazing to you as it was the first time. You should go find someone else now, such as the scholar, or other dead ghosts." The Taoist priest hoped that Li Xiandao would stop taking advantage of him alone. After careful consideration, Li Xiandao realized that it made a lot of sense. Including the god of war Zhao Wuji, and the god of swords Li Xiandao, you can continue to spar with them. Although they had already understood the Tao of immortal Li, that was before in the transcendent realm. The human immortal realm would have different changes, and the later realms would have different changes as well. "Okay, once every 3 days." Li Xiandao nodded and agreed. The Taoist priest immediately breathed a sigh of relief and began sparring with Li Xiandao. This time he unleashed his full power, raising his strength to the same level as Li Xiandao, and his control over the Taoist principles increased dozens of times. He then began to attack Li Xiandao. Bang bang bang. Li Xiandao was powerless to resist and was severely beaten by the Taoist. His face was bruised and swollen. "You've only just entered this realm, and you're still very weak. You've already fully comprehended the human immortal realm, but you're just starting out in this realm. There are many things you don't understand yet. It's already quite good for your first time," the Taoist priest comforted Li Xian. He felt much better after giving Li Xiandao a good beating. He hadn't felt this good in a long time, although he knew it was temporary. As Li Xiandao's understanding deepens, the situation will reverse, and he will be gradually figured out by Li Xiandao. But even so, it would be very satisfying to beat up Li Xiandao once now. Li Xiandao got up and said, "There is so much to learn in the legendary realm. I have learned a lot today." Inside the capital city, Li Xiandao took 2 steps, the first of which shattered the barrier of the human immortal realm. In his second step, he directly shattered the barrier between the human immortal realm and the legendary realm. This is Li Xiandao's current cultivation level. The first step to legend. From the realm of the extraordinary to the realm of the human immortal, this is a cultivator who transcends the realm of mortals and crosses the realm of the false immortal. Human immortals, also known as false immortals. This realm grants cultivators unparalleled and terrifying power, far surpassing the extraordinary realm, giving you the illusion of becoming an immortal. Therefore, many people say that immortals are fake immortals. Having experienced the false immortals, I now have a deep longing for the true immortals. Li Xiandao's previous accumulation was so profound that he was able to shatter the human immortal realm in 1 step. The second step is to shatter the legendary realm. The next realm below the immortal is the legendary. What is a legend? Unrivaled in the world, a legend indeed. Transforming the world into a legend. One man against an entire dynasty. That's legendary. One person suppressing one path is legendary. In the Eternal Land, only those who can enter the legendary realm can be considered to have glimpsed the threshold of becoming a top expert. The legendary 33 steps correspond to the 33 heavens. Having experienced the false immortality, one must naturally enter the heavenly court of the immortal realm. The heavenly court has 33 heavens, and the legend has 33 steps. This means that after taking 33 steps, one can enter the 9 heavens and ascend to the celestial realm. Li Xiandao is currently the first step in the legend. He took 2 steps out of the capital, and the world changed. This marked the beginning of his legendary status. The old monster who rushed out was also at the legendary level, and like Li Xiandao, he took the first step. It's obvious that he's no match for Li Xiandao. He was instantly killed by Li Xiandao, who condensed rain into a sword. It was only because of Li Xiandao that the Taoist entered the legendary realm, which allowed him to cleanly and decisively give Li Xiandao a good beating. Li Xiandao dusted himself off and got up to find Zhong Baixing. As expected, he was beaten up severely by Zhong Baixing again. Despite being beaten twice, Li Xiandao gained a deeper understanding of the legendary realm. He went to find the Sword God. The Sword God kept his promise and killed Li Xiandao 9 times. Li Xiandao never managed to hurt him. The god of war Zhao Wuji may have truly hated Li Xiandao, as he pierced Li Xiandao's body with countless holes using a long spear. After experiencing 4 consecutive defeats and dying dozens of times, Li Xiandao finally realized just how deep the waters were in the legendary realm. He silently descended the mountain, ready to absorb the lessons learned from his 4 consecutive defeats before attempting another challenge. Rumble. After descending the mountain, Li Xiandao saw several beams of light shooting into the sky. Someone has made a breakthrough. Chapter 184 Everyone Breaks Through. Part 3. The beam of light emitted from this impact was extremely pure, without any impurities, making people feel comfortable and warm as it shone down. This is the most primal light. Upon seeing this, Li Xiandao immediately knew who had broken through. I wonder if this breakthrough has changed that effeminate personality of yours? Li Xiandao asked doubtfully. If the changes are made, Li Xiandao can accept it. If they are not changed, Li Xiandao should consider whether he should terminate the contract with him. Rumble. Countless rays of light surged into the area where Tian Guangming was in seclusion. He slowly rose, his entire body enveloped in a holy and dazzling light. Bang! Its surging momentum shook the surrounding area, creating a magnificent spectacle. I've finally broken through. Tian Guangming opened his eyes, let out a long roar, and was extremely excited. He finally transformed from the goddess of light into the god of light during his seclusion. Tian Guangming's cultivation also broke through the human immortal realm in one fell swoop, making a great leap forward. Li Xiandao stood with his hands behind his back, looking around. Seeing that Tian Guangming was still normal, he nodded in satisfaction. She just needs to change that effeminate personality. Otherwise, if she always uses the effeminate gesture when she speaks, who could stand it? Every now and then he'd suddenly shed a tear like a tough guy, paired with that sexy little mustache, making Li Xiandao want to punch him to death. Fortunately, it has finally been changed. Master! Tian Guangming flew over excitedly and landed in front of Li Xiandao, puffing out his chest and exuding masculine energy. Li Xiandao looked at him coldly and said, "Put your clothes on. Are you running around naked?" Tian Guangming was startled and hurriedly put on his clothes, asking in confusion, "My holy light can conceal everything, shouldn't you be able to see through it?" Tian Guangming thought he was protected by the holy light and didn't pay attention. When he broke through just now, his clothes had already turned to dust. He didn't expect Li Xiandao to see through it so easily. "I think it's better to terminate the contract with you." Li Xiandao sighed and turned to leave. "No. My loyalty to my master is as clear as day and night. I would rather die than leave the heaven and earth bank." Tian Guangming caught up with Li Xiandao and said firmly, "Then go die. After you die, I will bury you in the mountain behind the Hall of Inheritance, fulfilling your wish to live permanently in the heaven and earth bank," Li Xiandao said coldly. Tian Guangming was stunned. He hadn't expected Li Xiandao to be so ruthless. But who was he? The sky is bright. The son of light, the master of divinity, a loyal believer of the heaven and earth bank, and Li Xiandao's most obedient little brother. How could he be affected by this? "Master, I am now a human immortal, and I have completely fused with the Godhead of Light. I will never be effeminate again," Tian Guangming assured him. "Really?" Li Xiandao asked, still somewhat doubtful. "Of course, I'm a real man now," Tian Guangming said, patting his chest. "Come on, show me a delicate pinky finger gesture," Li Xiandao said casually. "Ugh," Tian Guangming immediately made a gesture. Li Xiandao stared speechlessly, finding it rather cringeworthy. "Well, it's a conditioned reflex, absolutely a conditioned reflex," Tian Guangming explained with an awkward smile. Li Xiandao simply didn't believe it. "It really is a conditioned reflex. Master, if you don't believe me, look, I don't have it anymore. It was just influenced by that goddess's personality before. It will gradually get better." Tian Guangming was practically swearing. "All right, I believe you. Now that you've broken through, go and stabilize your realm. Don't fall back down. What are you following me for?" Li Xiandao said helplessly. "Well, I just wanted to ask if you've been having any troubles lately. Leave it to me, and I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly and efficiently," Tian Guangming assured him. Just as Li Xiandao was about to say that nothing was wrong, several other auras broke through the mountain peaks one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xiandao's eyes flashed, and he said, "They have all broken through." Battle Angel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, Moon Angel Ursula, Fallen Angel Lucifer, Monk Tianxin, Qiu Bai, Wu Xian'er, and others have all broken through. The momentum can be strong or weak. Without exception, they all became very powerful. Of the strongest individuals, all except Wu Xian'er had broken through to the human immortal realm. Even Qiu Bai broke through. She had all of Ren's memories, plus 50 years of being dead, close contact with death, and understanding death, so breaking through was a natural progression. Among these people, Lucifer, Moon Angel, and Monk Tianxin had the highest cultivation levels. Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction, looked at Tian Guangming behind him, and said, "I have plenty of talented people under my command now, I don't need you." Tian Guangming's expression changed, and he said seriously, "Master, I have contracted a disease. This disease is called the disease that I will die if you don't give me a command." Li Xiandao looked at him helplessly and said, "Since that's the case, I can't bear to see you die. It would be a waste for someone weighing over 100 pounds to die. Go and call them all here." I need to hold a task allocation meeting. Tian Guangming's eyes lit up, and he said solemnly, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Li Xiandao waved his hand, signaling Tian Guangming to leave, while he himself went back to his room to wash up. After fighting the Taoist priest and his group 4 times and dying dozens of times, Li Xiandao felt his body was very dirty and needed a good cleansing. After Li Xiandao finished washing up, he changed into a white robe, put on a mask, and appeared in the trading hall. Tian Guangming and the others were all waiting here. Shao Qi also arrived, silently watching Li Xiandao. Master! Li Xiandao walked in, and Tian Guangming and the others shouted in unison. Li Xiandao waved his hand, sat down in a chair, looked at them, and said, You have all broken through and your potential has been realized. I am very pleased. Next, there are some contract debt disputes in the bank that I need you to retrieve. Tian Guangming shouted, Master, just give the order, and we will definitely complete the mission. The others watched steadfastly. Li Xiandao looked at Shao Qi and said, The Feathered Divine Dynasty owes us a lot of debt, right? Take it all out, and they can handle it. Give them the contract. Shao Qi nodded, not even needing to look, and said as if reciting a familiar list, The Feathered Divine Dynasty owes the Heaven and Earth Bank 15 contracts. Of these, the contract with the Northern Border Prince has been terminated, leaving 14. Among these 14 contracts, the youngest is 10,000 years old, and their identities vary. 9 of them are members of the Feathered Divine Dynasty's royal family, and 5 are non-royal members. Li Xiandao and the others listened silently. Of the 14 contracts, the most valuable one is that of an ancestor from the Feathered Divine Dynasty more than 15,000 years ago, who used the entire dragon vein of the Feathered Divine Dynasty as collateral to borrow a tree of immortality. This person's cultivation level was very high, Shao Qi said. This is for this humble monk, said Monk Tianqing confidently. After merging with the Buddha, he received Li Xiandao's permission to continue his secluded cultivation in the Universal Library, making rapid progress. Now, he is confident enough to accept this contract. Shao Qi handed the contract directly to Monk Tianqing. This contract belongs to an ancestor of the Feathered Divine Dynasty. She used a celestial artifact from the Feathered Divine Dynasty as collateral to borrow eternal beauty, Shao Qi said, taking out a new contract. Eternal beauty. Li Xiandao raised an eyebrow. There was such a treasure. Chapter 185 Tian Guangming's Ambitions. Part 4. With his beautiful face, Li Xiandao knew what it meant and believed it to be true. But what exactly is this eternal beauty? Li Xiandao really had no clue. It's just a little bit of powder left over from the face that the first fairy of the celestial realm borrowed. Although it's not as important as that face, it can still keep people in the mortal realm beautiful forever, Shao Qi explained. Li Xiandao suddenly realized the truth. That number 1 fairy in the celestial realm, that cold moon fairy who was adored by countless people, is just like this woman. The difference is that Fairy Honyue took the original, while this woman used the powder left behind by Fairy Honyue. The moon angel took a step forward, and a silver crescent-shaped scimitar slowly floated behind her. She said, I'll handle this. I happen to have a celestial weapon too. Only when a woman fights another woman can one be ruthless. Li Xiandao nodded. Men can be gentle and chivalrous sometimes, but women can be ruthless when dealing with other women. Especially women who stay young forever. She's especially hated. Shao Qi handed the contract to Moon Angel and said, Good luck. Shao Qi was also very annoyed by women who owed things but didn't pay them back and still wanted to stay young forever. Next, Li Xiandao watched as Shao Qi handed them one contract after another, with some people even receiving 2 copies. Tian Guangming, in particular, was afraid that if he didn't work hard, Li Xiandao would abandon him, so he took 3 contracts by himself. Fortunately, none of his 3 contracts were with members of the royal family of the Feathered Divine Dynasty, but with members of aristocratic families. Otherwise, Li Xiandao would be worried that he might be beaten to death. Seeing that they had all received their contracts, Li Xiandao said, Now you can go out and make sure you get these debts back. Whoever gets them back first will get a reward. Tianguang's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, Master, don't worry, I'm determined to be number one. The others couldn't help but laugh when they saw the 3 contracts in Tian Guangming's hands. All right, you can all leave now. First place isn't something you say, it's something you fight for, Xiandao said calmly, waving them out. The group filed out, and even Wu Xian'er was assigned a contract, the weakest one. The vast Qiandi money shop was now empty except for Xiandao and Shao Qi. Xiandao looked at Shao Qi, about to say something from his heart, but Shao Qi said seriously, Master, I recently discovered that one of the blood-red pocket watches is being disobedient. Xiandao frowned, his heart skipped a beat, and asked, What do you mean? The pocket watches all obey my commands to find suitable hosts, but one disobeyed my orders and wandered off on its own. Now I don't know where it is, and I can't track it down anymore, Shao Qi said seriously. Xiandao's heart tightened. This was the prelude to being discovered. That pocket watch was the one he had secretly ordered. Xiandao is the owner of the Heaven and Earth money shop, and the pocket watch must naturally obey his orders. Therefore, this pocket watch shielded Shao Qi from discovering it. Xiandao didn't expect this pocket watch to be so silly. If you block Shao Qi, it will definitely be exposed. Even if you accept Shao Qi's orders, can't you still treat my orders as the highest command? If the pocket watch knew what Xiandao was thinking, it would feel very wronged. It's just a pocket watch. What more do you want from me? Could it be that the Heaven and Earth Bank made a mistake after entering the Eternal Land? Xiandao began to change the subject. That shouldn't be the case. The Heaven and Earth Bank has been running smoothly all along, and these pocket watches haven't had any problems until now. Why would something like this happen at this time? Shao Qi shook her head, puzzled. All right, since you don't understand, let's investigate this thoroughly. I'll help you investigate. Xiandao stood up and said righteously. Okay. Shao Qi nodded and readily agreed. Xiandao hesitated and said, Did you want me to investigate this all along? No, I just noticed. You should investigate carefully. We need to find this pocket watch, Shao Qi said with a sweet smile. Xiandao nodded. He said, Since that's the case, I'll go investigate. Go ahead, Shao Qi waved her hand. Xiandao quickly walked out of the trading hall, thinking to himself, that was close. He began communicating about the pocket watch in private. The pocket watch's cold, calculating mind told Xiandao that it was working hard to find a suitable host, and it wouldn't return unless Xiandao summoned it. After thinking it over carefully, Xiandao said, Let's continue searching. We'll keep it from Shao Qi for now and give her a surprise later. The pocket watch disappeared. The search for a suitable host continues. No longer confined to a single feathered divine dynasty, we can go to other places as well. The Eternal Land is so vast, with numerous divine veins. Xiandao was thinking to himself, what reason should he use to fool Shao Qi? Or should we just not make up a reason and give them a surprise later? Xiandao instructed Shao Qi to deliver all 14 contracts of the Feathered Divine Dynasty to Tian Guangming and the others. Tian Guangming and the others worked diligently and quickly headed to the Feathered Divine Dynasty. Most of the people involved in these 14 contracts are in the capital city. Apart from Wu Xian'er's contract, she was going to the water town alone. The most excited and thrilled person here was Tian Guangming. He received 3 contracts. 3 contracts is 3 times what others get. Some people got 2, but no one got 3. He was the only one. Master truly loves me the most. These 3 contracts are not only the responsibility of Qiandi Money House, but also a testament to Master's trust in me. I, Tian Guangming, must not delay Master's important matters, Tian Guangming thought excitedly. But he was overthinking it. Xiandao simply felt that since Tian Guangming was so eager to do the job, he should just assign it to him, so that he wouldn't have to deal with a contract and then bother him after the job was done. Tian Guangming doesn't think so. He's full of confidence and determined to get this done. I, Tian Guangming, will definitely redeem my image in my master's heart. What sissy, what utter nonsense. I have recovered now, and my strength has greatly increased, Tian Guangming said firmly. I must let my master know that I am his most capable subordinate, without exception. Tian Guangming clenched his fist, his eyes resolute. What Lucifer, what celestial monk, what moon angel? Moon angel is an option. She's beautiful and has a sexy figure, so it's worth getting to know her. If things don't go well, the moon angel should look for the reasons herself. But his divine light must be more useful than Lucifer and the monk Tianxin. Let's start with this contract. This is the Duanmu family, the largest and most prestigious family in the capital. Tian Guangming's eyes lit up, and he immediately headed towards the capital. 10,000 years ago, you borrowed the soul-nourishing wood from my heaven and earth bank, paying the price of 1,000 years of lifespan. Now that the 10,000 years have passed, you have breached the contract and are not returning it. You will receive a soul-nourishing wood and the rest of your lifespan. Tian Guangming had memorized the contract perfectly. Chapter 186, The Ancestor of the Duanmu Family. Part 5. The Divine Capital. The Duanmu family. The widely publicized killing of the crown prince during the day has put everyone in the feathered divine dynasty on edge. Everyone in the capital was busy collecting corpses, clearing away ashes, and cleaning up the battlefield. It wasn't until nightfall that things finally came to an end. While the common people were asleep, the Duanmu family, a prominent clan in the capital, was brightly lit. After Xia's husband returned, he was summoned by the matriarch. The Duanmu family has an ancestor who has lived for countless years and has never died. Every generation of the Duanmu family head must receive guidance from this ancestor for a period of time. The next head of the family, Duanmu Yu, who is also Xia's husband, can be said to have grown up by the side of the patriarch since childhood. In Duanmu Yu's view, the ancestor was knowledgeable, insightful, and highly skilled, and was the biggest trump card of the entire Duanmu family. Squeak. Duanmu Yu pushed open the door to the old ancestor's small wooden house. The simple decorations, with a bookshelf in the center, make the wooden house exquisite. It's a good size for a family, but with only an elderly man living there, it feels somewhat lonely. Duanmu Yu knew that some elderly people dislike loneliness and long for a house full of children and grandchildren, a lively and bustling place. His ancestor was different. He preferred to be alone. Inside the cabin, there was a stone wall with a fireplace where you could light a fire. In front of the fireplace was a rocking chair, and an old man was lying quietly on it, covered with a blanket. The fire was still burning brightly in the fireplace. The old man wasn't too old. Compared to those who were dying, he looked rather young. But outward youth cannot conceal inner decay. Duanmu Yu pushed open the door and stood there for a quarter of an hour without moving, staring at her ancestor. The old ancestor lay motionless in the rocking chair, covered with a white blanket, his breathing very faint, like a corpse. Suddenly, Duanmu Yu felt a lump in his throat. For some reason, he felt an urge to cry. Duanmu Yu was raised by the patriarch from childhood. His parents died in battle for the family. Duanmu Yu was only 3 years old when the patriarch took a liking to him, raised him carefully, and designated him as the next head of the Duanmu family. This is also why Duanmu Yu is different from other scions of noble families. He was personally trained by the patriarch. In his heart, his ancestor was the closest person to him. In fact, even his choice of wife was appointed by the patriarch, who said that Xia would help him and ensure that he would have a lifelong monogamous relationship. Duanmu Yu never forgot his ancestor's instructions, so he married Xia, never had any affairs, never took a concubine, and the couple were loving and had a son. After Duanmu Yu came of age, he was kicked out by the patriarch, but he would come back to visit every now and then. He witnessed firsthand how his ancestor grew increasingly quiet and old. It doesn't refer to the ancestor's appearance, but rather his inner qualities, temperament, and even his heart. The ancestor's time has come. This was a fact that Duanmu Yu was unwilling and dared not even think about. But reason told him that it was true. Duanmu Yu slowly walked over, reached into the fireplace to add a piece of firewood, and then looked at the ancestor with an expression of worship. In his heart, his ancestor was the greatest hero in the world. Duanmu, you've arrived. The ancestor slowly opened his eyes, saw Duanmu and smiled calmly, speaking in a peaceful tone. Ancestor, I'm sorry to have disturbed your sweet dreams, Duanmu said apologetically. I just had a beautiful dream, the old ancestor said with a smile. Duanmu said softly, Ancestor, would you like to share this with me? I dreamt of my youth. Back then, I was just as handsome and dashing as you, full of ambition, and eager to rival the heavens, the ancestor said slowly. Our ancestor is also very powerful now, Duanmu said sincerely. No, I'm getting old, my time is up. The old ancestor smiled and waved his hand, revealing a fact that made Duanmu's heart sink. How could that be? Ancestor still has a long life ahead of him, Duanmu said gently. You are such a lovable child. Do you know how old I am this year? The old man asked. Duanmu shook his head. He genuinely didn't know. I seem to be 30,000 years old, the ancestor said softly. Duanmu looked at the ancestor in surprise. 30,000 years old? Surprised. The old ancestor smiled. Well, as far as I know, even a legendary level 33 wouldn't live to be 30,000 years old, right? Duanmu asked hesitantly. You won't live that long. You'd be lucky to live past 20,000 years old. With cultivation techniques and health preservation methods, you can extend your life by another 1,000 to 2,000 years. But you won't live past 30,000 years, the ancestor said, shaking his head. How did our ancestor live to be so old? Duanmu suppressed her grief and asked curiously. Do you see that tree outside the window? The old man pointed. Duanmu immediately looked over. He was familiar with this tree, having played under it many times when he was a child. This is a black tree with no branches, standing here like a log, its age unknown. This is the soul-nourishing tree. It is what has been nourishing my soul and body, allowing me to continue living, the ancestor said calmly, gazing at the soul-nourishing tree with a myriad of thoughts. The soul-nourishing tree? Duanmu asked in surprise. Where did you get it from? Duanmu asked. Let me tell you a story, the old man began to tell. Duanmu listened attentively. 30,000 years ago, there were two young men who were exceptionally talented and full of passion, eager to make a name for themselves. So they rebelled. Lead the oppressed people of the world in rebellion. The two young men eventually succeeded, but at the last moment a rift and division arose because of the throne. In the end, he won. He became emperor, and I founded the Duanmu family and settled down in the capital. The old ancestor recounted his deeds in detail. Duanmu listened silently. But after he became emperor, his suspicion grew stronger and stronger. He was always looking to get rid of my Duanmu family. If it weren't for me, the Duanmu family would have been gone long ago, the patriarch said calmly. That person must be Emperor Taizong, the founder of the Feathered Divine Dynasty, right? Duanmu asked. It's him, you know. He's not dead yet, the old ancestor said calmly. What? Duanmu looked on in surprise. Our ancestor used soul-nourishing wood to sustain himself until now, so what did Emperor Taizong use? Duanmu asked. I don't know, but it's very likely that it came from the same place as my soul-nourishing wood, the old ancestor sighed softly. Where? Duanmu asked curiously. The old ancestor was about to answer, but since his time was up anyway, there was no harm in saying it. But then, a knocking sound rang out at the door. The old ancestor was taken aback. He looked behind the door, his gaze piercing through everything, and saw something familiar. He fell silent, then said, Go open the door for the envoy. A messenger? Where did this messenger come from? Duanmu was full of doubt and puzzled, but she still went to open the door. Upon opening the door, one sees a burly man holding a blood-red pocket watch, looking at the ancestor. The blood-red pocket watch was still ticking away. Chapter 187 Loneliness is also a kind of beauty. Part 6. Tick-tock. 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 The sound echoed in the wooden house, not very loud, but the three people present were all sharp-eared and sharp-eyed, so they naturally heard it clearly. Tian Guangming felt nothing. He just watched silently. Duanmu Yu looked confused, not knowing what it was. Only the ancestor listened with enjoyment. When Tian Guangming came to his door, he was neither nervous nor timid, nor did he have a ferocious expression. All he showed was composure and calmness. "I haven't heard such a sound in many years," the old ancestor remarked after listening to the sound for a minute. Tian Guangming frowned and slowly walked in. Seeing that the ancestor had not spoken, Duanmu Yu did not dare to stop him and could only watch silently. "You know I am an envoy, so you should know why I have come here," Tian Guangming said in a deep voice. The old ancestor nodded and said, "Please sit down. I will cooperate fully, so you don't need to worry." Tian Guangming looked at the ancestor in surprise, then plopped down on his seat. The old man lay in a rocking chair, Tian Guangming sat in a chair, and only Duanmu Yu stood. "It would be better to have him leave," Tian Guangming said, pointing at Duanmu Yu. Duanmu Yu immediately looked at the ancestor, not wanting to avoid the question. "Let him see. He is the next head of my Duanmu family. We won't tell anyone," the patriarch pleaded. Seeing how cooperative he was, Tian Guangming curled his lip, stared at the ancestor, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "How come you're about to die?" Even Tian Guangming charges interest. But now that the ancestor only has a few days left, why should interest be charged? The old man apologized. "I am unable to pay the penalty for breach of contract." Tian Guangming's face darkened, and he pointed to the soul-nourishing wood outside, saying, "You didn't damage this, did you?" If the soul-nourishing wood is damaged, Tian Guangming will truly be furious. "No, I have always taken good care of the soul-nourishing wood, and it has not been damaged." The ancestor waved his hand. Tian Guangming's expression improved somewhat. He then took out the contract and said, "Take a look for yourself. If you have no questions, then I'm going to get started." Duanmu Yu's expression changed, and he questioned, "What are you going to do?" "Of course we'll take the soul-nourishing wood," Tian Guangming said without hesitation. "If the soul-nourishing wood is taken away, what will happen to the ancestor?" Duanmu Yu disagreed. "Your ancestor is about to die. He will definitely die within 3 days. It's already very kind of me not to take away his remaining 3 days," Tian Guangming said irritably. Duanmu Yu was startled. He knew that the ancestor's time was coming, but he did not expect it to be so soon. He will surely die within 3 days. The old ancestor calmly waved his hand and said, "Birth, aging, sickness and death are all natural occurrences, so why be sad?" Duanmu Yu couldn't help but feel moved. This was the kindest old man to him. "Envoy, it doesn't matter if I die, but I want to ask, what will happen to Emperor Taizong?" The old ancestor solemnly asked the heavens. "Who is Emperor Taizong?" Tian Guangming was completely bewildered. "Even Emperor Taizong, the founder of the feathered divine dynasty, borrowed a treasure from you to prolong his life," the ancestor explained. "Don't worry about him. Someone's gone to collect his debts. His contract is more serious than yours, and the debt collector is more powerful than me. Don't worry, you'll both die together," Tian Guangming said. The old ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "The reason I've been persisting is because he's not dead yet. If he doesn't die, I can't die either. Now it's all good, I'm going to die, and he's going to die too, everyone's happy." A smile appeared on the old ancestor's face. That smile was one of smugness, because he had one. The ancestor once told Emperor Taizong, "As long as I live, you cannot destroy the Duanmu family unless you are willing to sacrifice the entire Yuhua divine dynasty to be buried with my Duanmu family." Emperor Taizong replied that he would definitely have the entire Duanmu family executed during his lifetime. These two people kept competing to see who could live longer, and now both Emperor Taizong and the ancestor have reached their limits. Tian Guangming looked at him and muttered, "A madman." Both of them were madmen who entered the heaven and earth money shop. What they replaced were things that prolong life. It's just a competition of who lives the longest. They no longer care about anyone else. They're only focused on the other person. The only way to win is for you to die first. The obsession runs so deep that it cannot be resolved. Tian Guangming stood up and said, "I'm taking the soul-nourishing tree with me. You only have 3 days left to live, and I won't take them away from you. Considering how cooperative you've been, I'll give you some time to say goodbye to your family." After saying this, Tian Guangming walked outside. Duanmu Yu instinctively wanted to stop him, but was stopped by the ancestor. "Remember this from now on, if you encounter someone carrying a pocket watch like this, stay far away, understand?" The old ancestor stared sternly at Duanmu Yu. "I'll remember." Duanmu Yu had never met the old ancestor, the butcher, or Yen Su before, so how could she not remember? He no longer tried to stop Tian Guangming from digging up the soul-nourishing wood. As Tian Guangming walked to the door, he suddenly smiled and said, "Let me tell you something. The person who went to collect a debt from your nemesis has a terrible temper and is ruthless. He's a devil in human skin, extremely cruel. If you hold on, you might even hear news of his death." The old ancestor's eyes lit up, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, I will persevere no matter what." Tian Guangming walked out of the wooden house and came to the soul-nourishing wood. Looking at the huge soul-nourishing wood, he reached out and patted it, saying, "Let's go home." The soul-nourishing wood had become sentient and knew it should go home. However, looking at the old man it had lived with for over 10,000 years in the wooden house, it was very reluctant to leave. Suddenly, a wisp of black energy emanated from its body and entered the old man's body. He only has 3 days left. Even if you try to give him more, you can't extend his lifespan. At most, you can make him a little more energetic, Tian Guangming said. Inside the wooden house, after receiving the final nourishment from the soul-nourishing wood, the old man stood up shakily, went to the window, and bowed deeply to express his gratitude for the nourishment he had received over the years. The soul-nourishing wood also knew that this was a true farewell. It's not separation. It was death. So it bent down, and across a wooden house, 2 friends who had been together for over 10,000 years were saying goodbye. Tian Guangming seemed to be infected by this, and sighed. "Let's go. Shrink yourself and enter my magic treasure." Seemingly influenced by the goddess of light, the once ruthless Tian Guangming has become much softer-hearted and can no longer bear sentimental scenes. "Let's go back to where you started, and thank you for taking care of us for over 10,000 years." The ancestor waved his hand, his eyes red. Over the years, people have thought he was very lonely. The Duanmu family members all felt that their ancestor was very aloof, didn't like to talk, and sat alone in a rocking chair. But who knew that their best friend was right beside them, and when the two of them chatted, it was a communication of minds. To outsiders, they appear lonely. But in their own eyes, quite the opposite, they are the quietest people. Loneliness, in fact, is also a kind of beauty. Chapter 188 Emperor Taizong and the Empress. Part 7. Just like the secluded little wooden house in Duanmu's family, there is such a place even in the vast palace. No one dared to approach, because anyone who did died. There are many different opinions and stories about who lives here, and the royal family has never come out to explain. In reality, very few people in the royal family knew who lived here. Apart from the emperors after Taizong, no one else was qualified to know. When the current emperor, the Qianqi emperor, learned who was residing there, he was greatly surprised and could hardly believe it. Emperor Taizong, the founding emperor of the feathered divine dynasty. 30,000 years have passed, and he has not died. He is still alive and well, right up to this day. Emperor Qianqi admired Emperor Taizong from a young age and grew up listening to his legends. In particular, Emperor Taizong rose from humble beginnings, fought his way through the wilderness, and with his bare hands, he forged a vast empire. The story of how the Duanmu family conquered the country erased their contributions. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Emperor Taizong's wife, who later became Empress Taizong, plotted against Emperor Duanmu, the throne might not have belonged to anyone else. This is also why ancestor Duanmu and Emperor Taizong were determined to outlive each other. When Emperor Qi first met Emperor Taizong, his admiration and excitement crumbled. Was he meeting the brilliant and ambitious Emperor Taizong? He must have met a madman. An old man who was mentally unstable, though very powerful, was beginning to lose his senses. His only obsession was to kill the Duanmu clan. This obsession is also the reason why the royal family has targeted the Duanmu family for so many years. Ever since Emperor Taizong went mad, Emperor Tianqi sealed off this place, forbidding anyone from entering. Whoever did enter would die. In the forbidden area of the imperial palace, the monk Tianxin walked in. With his cultivation level, entering the palace was effortless. The guards couldn't even detect him. The dilapidated palace was covered in spiderwebs, overgrown with weeds, and littered with dead wood, a scene of utter chaos. In such an environment, there was the founder of the feathered divine dynasty, Emperor Taizong, whose cultivation was invincible in the world. It's hard to tell whether it's a tragedy or a joy. A great emperor, a powerful figure who fought against the Duanmu family patriarch his entire life, went mad because of his deep-seated obsession. It sounds magical. Squeak. Monk Tianxin pushed open the door and walked in. He saw that the room in the center was very clean, as if it had been specially cleaned. There was only one plant in the yard, a tree. Its leaves were golden yellow, swaying in the wind like human hands, and emitting a sweet fragrance. The Tree of Immortality. This is the Tree of Immortality that Emperor Taizong obtained from the Heaven and Earth Bank more than 10,000 years ago in his later years. The Tree of Immortality, as its name suggests, allows one to live forever under its shade. Emperor Taizong was overjoyed. He had finally found a way to deal with Duanmu Laozu. He could outlive ancestor Duanmu and then personally cut off his head in the end. Moreover, Emperor Taizong had a good plan. Within 10,000 years, ancestor Duanmu would definitely die, and he would return the Tree of Immortality and make some compensation, so the dragon vein of the feathered divine dynasty would not need to be touched. Unfortunately, despite the good plan, things didn't go as planned. Ancestor Duanmu also entered the Heaven and Earth Bank and exchanged his life for a soul-nourishing wood. You're going to outlast me this time. Then came the bad news. Emperor Taizong paid a price for his pursuit of immortality. There is no such thing as immortality without effort in this world. The immortal tree is not a kind tree either. Spending a long time near the Tree of Immortality can cause a person's consciousness to become confused, and they may fall into a delusional state of obsession. Given Emperor Taizong's decisiveness, without the Tree of Immortality, he certainly wouldn't have fallen into such a deep trap. Because of the Tree of Immortality, Emperor Taizong became hopelessly obsessed, and his mental state deteriorated. Over 10,000 years, being mad and insane has become the norm. Being lucid at times is already quite difficult. It had been 10 years since he last regained consciousness. This time, the monk Tianxin came. Emperor Taizong was unusually lucid. So he cleaned the house, washed himself, and changed into new clothes. His hair was just a mess. Emperor Taizong didn't know how to tie his hair up. "Empress, braid my hair," Emperor Taizong called out. But no one responded to him. Monk Tianxin watched silently, without saying a word. "Empress, please stop sleeping, we have a guest." Emperor Taizong noticed the monk Tianxin, but still called out to his empress. Unfortunately, no one agreed to his request. "I'm sorry, my empress is asleep," Emperor Taizong apologized to monk Tianxin, bowing deeply. Monk Tianxin looked into the inner room and peered into a corner. There, he saw a woman lying on the bed, her body cold, dressed in the magnificent clothes of an empress. She looked very strange. "My empress is asleep, do not disturb her," Emperor Taizong shouted, pointing at the monk Tianxin's nose. "She's dead," monk Tianxin said truthfully. "Nonsense. My empress is merely asleep. She is still breathing and has a heartbeat," Emperor Taizong rebuked the monk Tianxin. "That's just because your magical energy is maintaining it," monk Tianxin shook his head and said. In the eyes of the monk Tianxin, Emperor Taizong was nothing more than an empty bottle, containing no substance whatsoever. He poured all his energy into his queen, keeping her breathing and heartbeat barely a second. The empress had actually died long ago. She didn't have the powerful cultivation of Emperor Taizong and ancestor Duanmu, so she couldn't withstand it at all. In addition, she only gained a beautiful face by entering the heaven and earth bank, so her death was only natural. No one expected that Emperor Taizong would be so affectionate, transferring all his cultivation into the empress's body just to keep her alive. Nonsense. You bald monk, you're spouting nonsense. Emperor Taizong flew into a rage. My empress is not dead. She is just asleep. She will definitely wake up. Emperor Taizong said firmly. Monk Tianxin sighed, went inside and said, "Why deceive yourself?" Inside the room, on the bed lay an absolutely stunning woman, her face as youthful and radiant as an 18-year-old girl, flawlessly beautiful. But when the monk Tianxin looked at her body, he was startled. Beneath her beautiful face lay withered skin. All the flesh and blood had been boiled away, leaving only bones, like a dried corpse, with only a ball of energy burning fiercely in her heart. It's like a candle burning in endless darkness. The candle kept going out, but there was a ball of energy underneath supporting it and keeping it burning. That's how Emperor Taizong's empress survived. The contract between Tiandi Qianzhuang did not specify the empress's death, which is why the monk Tianxin was able to bring 2 copies of the contract. Everything is predetermined. Now I seem to understand why your Empress Dowager entered the heaven and earth bank. She wanted nothing but to maintain her youthful beauty forever, the monk Tianxin remarked. Women adorn themselves for those who appreciate them. Emperor Taizong loved his empress so much that he sacrificed his life's cultivation to preserve even the faintest flame of her life. So it's understandable that the empress wanted to preserve her eternal youth and beauty for Emperor Taizong. Love is not something that one person does alone. Chapter 189 A Huge Fire. Part 1. Emperor Taizong and the Empress. One went mad, the other died. Their descendants, not wanting to reveal that Emperor Taizong was still alive, designated this place as a forbidden zone, killing everyone who entered, regardless of the rumors circulating outside. Emperor Taizong was wise and sagacious throughout his life, and he could never have imagined that his later years would be so desolate. Meanwhile, Duanmu, who had fought against him his entire life, lived a peaceful and healthy life, befriending the soul-nourishing wood. He enjoyed the riches and honors of the first half of his life, the most precious things in the world, but ended up going crazy in the second half. You bold monk, how dare you trespass into my empress's palace? You deserve to be beaten. Emperor Taizong roared, raising his fist to strike the monk Tianxin. Monk Tianxin simply turned around and dodged Emperor Taizong's fist. Emperor Taizong is now just a figurehead. He uses all his energy to keep the empress alive. With a light push from the monk Tianxin, Emperor Taizong was struck as if by lightning, staggering backward until he crashed into the bed. Thump. The bed shook violently from the impact. The empress on the bed turned to dust in an instant, leaving only her beautiful face, just as she had always looked, like she was 18 years old. The empress's beauty at this moment is not that she is beautiful. It's not that 18 is beautiful. Beneath her powdered body, a string of jade beads appeared, each bead carved with countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. This is the gift that Emperor Taizong gave to the empress, the magical Wanfo beads. For over 10,000 years, although Emperor Taizong's energy sustained him, his body should have long since turned to ashes. Thanks to the Wanfo beads, the Empress Dowager's body was saved. But after more than 10,000 years, the corpse would have been extremely fragile and unable to withstand any impact. The fact that it was hit by Emperor Taizong was just a normal phenomenon. Emperor Taizong stared blankly, as if struck by lightning. His empress was gone. The empress who had followed him since his humble beginnings was completely dead. For over 30,000 years, Emperor Taizong and his empress met when they were 18, a beautiful time in their lives, and never separated again. They truly wrote their love story through the years. Now, this chapter should come to a close. Now that your empress is dead, this contract is over. I should take her celestial artifacts and eternal beauty. Monk Tianxin reached out and took the 10,000 Buddha beads. Emperor Taizong stared blankly at his empress, completely indifferent. But when the monk Tianxin reached out to remove the eternal beauty from the empress's face, Emperor Taizong shoved the monk away like a madman and shouted frantically, "This is what my empress wants most, you can't take it away." "You can't stop me," Monk Tianxin said calmly. If it were the peak Taizong, that would be possible, but the current Taizong cannot. Emperor Taizong was stunned for a moment, then embraced the empress's eternal face and shouted, "I can give you anything, I can give you everything here, just don't take away the things the empress likes the most." He doesn't want the celestial artifact anymore. He didn't want the tree of immortality either. The empress is dead, so what's the point of him living? Emperor Taizong now wants to preserve this beauty for the empress, as it is what she loves most. Monk Tianxin frowned, finding it difficult to proceed. Emperor Taizong was already starting to go mad. Give him eternal beauty, and bring back the tree of immortality. Li Xiandao's voice suddenly rang out, making Monk Tianxin breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Li Xiandao and Xiao Qi were watching this scene together, their expressions complicated. Regardless of Emperor Taizong and Empress's character, their affection truly moved Li Xiandao and Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi stared silently at Li Xiandao, blinking her big eyes repeatedly. Li Xiandao immediately understood what it meant and promptly informed Monk Tianxin not to bring back the eternal beauty. These are just fragments left behind from the exquisite beauty that Fairy Honyue borrowed. It doesn't matter whether you keep them or not, Xiao Qi explained. Li Xiandao nodded, looking at the mad Emperor Taizong. He had no intention of returning. The monk Tianxin looked at Emperor Taizong, who was holding his empress's face and murmuring to himself, then turned and left. In the courtyard, monk Tianxin looked at the golden tree of immortality and said calmly, "Will you shrink yourself, or do I have to do it for you?" Rumble. The immortal tree was not a benevolent tree. It sought good fortune and avoided misfortune. Knowing that it was time to return, it shrunk and entered the magical artifact space of Monk Tianxin. Monk Tianxin said, "Now all that remains is to collect the dragon vein of the feathered divine dynasty." The entrance to the dragon vein is right below this courtyard, because the environment for planting the immortal tree is very harsh, so it must take root on the dragon vein. Within the Heaven and Earth Bank, it lies dormant forever, but to survive outside, it needs to take root in a divine vein or a dragon vein. There can't be any divine veins in the palace. There can only be dragon veins here. With a stomp of his foot, a huge pit appeared, revealing a massive golden dragon vein meandering deep underground. Roar. The dragon vein roared every now and then, its voice huge and deep. Its golden scales almost materialized, and the friction between them was incredibly intense, almost sparking. The dragon veins accumulated by the feathered divine dynasty over 30,000 years are incredibly vast. Monk Tianxin opened his hands and activated the power of the Heaven and Earth Bank. Take it. This is in accordance with the contract, and we can activate the Heaven and Earth Bank's ability to collect this dragon vein. If it were Monk Tianxin himself, he would never be able to take away such a massive dragon vein, and he would be discovered and trapped in the palace. However, the capabilities of Tiandi Qianzhuang are different. Rumble. At this moment, the dragon vein was seized by the energy of the Heaven and Earth Bank. In almost an instant, Monk Tianxin fled far away, not daring to linger. The next second, the spiritual energy in the palace suddenly decreased by 8 or 9 levels, and countless experts were shocked. The dragon vein is gone. What happened to the dragon vein of my feathered divine dynasty? The dragon vein has been dug up? Who dares to be so bold? Countless people were shocked, especially the Tianqi emperor, who had been emperor for over 10,000 years. He glared at the emperor and roared, "Seal off the palace for me." At a single command, countless people sprang into action, and in less than 3 minutes, the vast palace was sealed off. Not even a bird could fly through. Emperor Tianqi hurriedly went to Emperor Taizong's courtyard. Fire. All that awaited the apocalypse emperor was a fire. A huge fire was set off by Emperor Taizong himself. He looked at the palace with deep affection. His eyes filled with the image of his younger self. This is where he dedicated his life to his work. Unfortunately, his descendants were extremely unfilial. After losing the Tree of Immortality, Emperor Taizong regained his rare moment of lucidity. He recalled his actions over the years, becoming increasingly erratic, and then fell silent. Let bygones be bygones, vanished into thin air with this great fire. Emperor Taizong lit his own doomsday fire. You've won. Emperor Taizong finally looked in the direction of the Duanmu family and said with relief. Having wasted too much time, Emperor Taizong now only wants to spend time with his empress, letting bygones be bygones. Chapter 190 The End of an Era. Part 2. A fire buried an era. Emperor Taizong and his empress died together, and he was content. But Emperor Tianqi was furious. If you die, you die. Nobody cares. But can you tell me where the dragon vein went? The dragon vein has disappeared. This is the most important thing. Emperor Tianqi was furious and slapped the flames down, causing the air to vibrate and extinguishing them instantly. He rushed in and saw a huge pit that stretched deep into the dragon vein, and then there was nothing underneath. The dragon vein has disappeared. Such a massive dragon vein has vanished. That enormous, dazzling, and majestic dragon vein has been stolen. Investigate. Find out who this person is. I want to exterminate their entire family. A hysterical roar echoed through the palace that night. Outside the palace, Monk Tianxin had already come out. He was not about to be trapped in such a small palace. 2 contracts are easily settled. Time to go back and see the master. Monk Tianxin said with satisfaction, then turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. On the other hand, Tian Guangming also ended his 2nd contract. I'm so fast. There was a tremor coming from the palace just now, so there must have been a fight. Tian Guangming looked at the palace and smiled smugly. It would be best to stall Monk Tianxin and let the master come to rescue him, so that he would lose all face, Tian Guangming maliciously speculated. He had heard that Emperor Taizong was very powerful, and that the Monk Tianxin might not be able to defeat him. Once the last contract is completed, I can go back to report. My master will definitely reward me, Tian Guangming said confidently, and quickly rushed towards the 3rd company. Even the gods were not at peace that day. During the day, the crown prince was beheaded, causing a great uproar throughout the city. Subsequently, an old ancestor in the palace flew out to avenge the crown prince, but was swiftly and decisively killed by the perpetrator. That night, just as the people of the capital were beginning to fall asleep, a tremendous sound rang out, and everyone turned their attention to the imperial palace. Something's happened at the palace. This is no small matter. Click, click, click. As the army imposed martial law, footsteps echoed through the streets, the sounds of weapons and armor clashing reverberating, frightening the people of the capital into not daring to leave their homes. Something terrible has happened. At that moment, everyone began to panic. The capital city, the Duanmu family. Inside the cabin, the higher-ups of the Duanmu family had just left, and each of them wore a sorrowful expression. They had just said goodbye to their ancestor and were saddened to learn that his time was coming to an end. Knowing that their ancestor was in the Duanmu family gave them a strange sense of security. Now that their ancestor's time was up, that sense of security was gone. After seeing them off, Duanmu Yu looked at the exhausted ancestor and sighed inwardly. After losing the soul-nourishing wood, the ancestor aged every moment. It's truly visible to the naked eye. At this rate, they won't last a day, let alone 3. Duanmu Yu comforted her. Ancestor, don't be sad, it's not good for your health. Ancestor Duanmu said with his eyes closed, I'm ready to go now, I'm just waiting for some news. Ancestor Duanmu was still worried about Emperor Taizong. Ancestor, I have already dispatched many spies out, and our inside agents in the palace are also relaying messages. It will be soon, Duanmu Yu said. You are a good boy. Remember this, treat your wife well, cultivate yourself, manage your family well, and you can bring peace to the world. You have been suppressing your cultivation, but now you have accumulated enough to break through." Ancestor Duanmu said a lot in one breath, his breathing becoming rapid. Duanmu Yu felt sorry for him and was about to offer some words of comfort when she noticed that a secret agent had returned. "Ancestor, the scout has returned," Duanmu Yu exclaimed excitedly. Ancestor Duanmu opened his eyes and looked weakly at the scene. The forbidden area of the palace caught fire. Emperor Tianqi arrived late and destroyed the forbidden area with a single blow. The dragon vein was stolen, the scout reported succinctly. Duanmu Yu's eyes widened. "I couldn't believe my ears. The dragon vein was stolen?" Old ancestor Duanmu's focus was different from his. Upon hearing that a fire had broken out in the forbidden area of the imperial palace, which was subsequently destroyed by Emperor Tianqi with a single slap, Ancestor Duanmu looked in that direction with a calm yet sorrowful expression. At this moment, the old patriarch Duanmu suddenly felt grateful to his former empress sister for setting up the scheme that caused him to miss out on the throne. Otherwise, the ruthlessness of the royal family would be playing out in the Duanmu family right now. "All right, you can all leave now. Leave me alone." Ancestor Duanmu waved his hand, shooing them out. Duanmu Yu hesitated for a while before slowly retreating. Inside the wooden cabin, in front of the fireplace, a campfire burned softly, illuminating the face of Elder Duanmu. "The past is like the wind. Let our grudges disappear into the river of history as we depart. The future ultimately belongs to the young." Ancestor Duanmu sighed, slowly closed his eyes, and lay down on the rocking chair. He fell asleep and dreamed of things that happened many years ago. He had forgotten these things himself, but now he was dreaming about them. A handsome young man, a year older than him, stood in the field waving at him with a warm smile. Standing beside him was a beautiful and elegant young lady from a prominent family. With a gentle smile, she called out, "Little brother, come here." The 18-year-old Emperor Taizong and Empress welcomed the 17-year-old Emperor Duanmu. At that moment, Ancestor Duanmu revealed a slight smile and voluntarily ended his life. No one stays 18 forever, but there will always be someone who is 18. The days to come are too hard, so let my memories be frozen in the blossoming and rainy season of my 17 or 18-year-old self. This is also a kind of happiness. Outside the wooden house, Duanmu Yu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Ancestor, may you rest in peace." That night, all 10 or so elderly people in the capital were harassed by the Heaven and Earth money shop for debt collection. Some of them resisted fiercely and refused to submit, but they were defeated by Lucifer, the moon angel, and the old Taoist priest. After Li Xiandao and Xiao Qi finished looking at everything at the Heaven and Earth money house, Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction and said, "These people's cultivation is quite good now. All those resources I used were not wasted." After they entered the Eternal Land, Li Xiandao instructed them to cultivate diligently and break through to higher levels. He provided them with a supply of spiritual energy, opened the library of all nations to them, and offered them divine resources and the like, which they could take as needed. Their rapid breakthrough was partly due to Li Xiandao's small but significant contribution. "Now that they've matured, you can confidently oversee things from behind the scenes," Xiaoqi said. "Not bad. I quite like the feeling of being a big devil behind the scenes. It's pretty good." Li Xiandao laughed and said, "By the way, how's that blood-red pocket watch I asked you to investigate?" Xiaoqi suddenly asked. Li Xiandao said without changing his expression, "There is no news for now. I will send people out to search once they all return." "We need to find it as soon as possible, we can't delay," Xiaoqi reminded Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao nodded, feeling a sense of relief.